our people go free. I guess I'm too blind to see. I'm just trying to help our people go free. I'm just trying to see. I'm too blind.
This is the
I'm just trying to see.
third
Go free.
extravaganza.
I'm just trying to see.
If you can hear me, let me know.
I'm just trying to
The third annual.
go free.
Let me get a thumbs up from JBL in the background and let me know that he can hear me well. Third annual anniversary extravaganza. Thank you, sir. We are rocking out here, of course, beginning with the one and only For Null. And we are with your great hosts, the one and only, the Great Order, and No White Guilt. The crown winner of last week is Irish Ice, contributing $5 to White Wellbeing, a great champion, and we are so delighted to have him as one of our very own. Thank you so very much. The crown winner, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. In second place was our one and only Richard Wagner, financially gifting $3. We hope you all are very excited for this grand party that we're going to have today. Star-studded as it is. Thank you so much, Richard Wagner, and magnificent new contributor to White Wellbeing. Congratulations and thank you, dear sir. Financially gift on Entropy, which should already be up and running at 15%, where you can also watch the stream and ask and vote on questions, or financially gift on Cash App. I also want to quickly wish the Ostrichu folk groups a blessed charming of the plow. And before we go any further, I want to quickly say that working with Mr. George on the after party has been one of the joys of my life. We all know that he is a brilliant and talented and dedicated man, but he is also a dear friend and brother in service to White Wellbeing. He has worked very hard to make this a spectacular party for us. So let's take a minute, ladies and gentlemen, to laud him to the heavens and above, the one and only Mr. George, and I will contribute to the lauding as well. Let's hear it with the most raucous emojis that you can break out of the emoji boxes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to celebrate the third anniversary of the after party, we have a star-studded group of guests like no other. And we are starting with the one, ladies and gentlemen, the only, known all around the world as John Bruce Leonard. And I will pass it over to the great, the one and only my co-host, Mr. George, looking debonair as always, to begin this glorious party with our dear friend John. Take it away, Jared.
Well, thank you, Jason, and I certainly feel the same.
And we have a frozen Jared. There you go.
Can you hear me okay?
Go for it, brother.
All right. We did all the tech checks before, so I was getting nervous there for a moment. I was just saying I appreciate what you said, and right back at you, looking sharp yourself as well. And I'm sure we'll have some time over the course of the evening to wax philosophical or do some reminiscing. But I do want to get right to our friend John Bruce Leonard and keep on schedule. So John, welcome. Thank you for helping us celebrate. And I hear that you have a unified theory of everything that you've worked out that you could explain to us in 5 minutes. So
well, it also took me about a week to make it, so I should be able to explain it about 5 minutes here. That's about right. Gentlemen, it is my honor to be here. My congratulations to you both. For once, I am underdressed in comparison with my company, and that is just a wonderful thing for me to see. So this is a fantastic event. It's going to be a fantastic lineup you've got for yourselves as well. So, and once again, congratulations. I mean, I think 3 years running in the best of times is a great accomplishment. In the times in which we are living, it is nothing less than a heroic feat, and I congratulate you most sincerely for it. Not to mention all that you've done with it in that time.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we first spoke to you in July of 2019 on this show.
Seems like much longer ago, doesn't it? Things have changed. considerably since then.
Yep.
Only
Sure
about
has.
only about a year, a little more than a year and a half ago. A lot has changed since then. And then you were recently on this past summer as well. And we're going to be having you back soon. We were talking about that behind the scenes. But yeah, ever since we got in contact, I'm so glad that we did. This show, so much has funneled out or fanned out from this show. And that's something I guess I can returning the sentiment for a moment, Jason. I'll just say that briefly, is that even though this is very much an endeavor that is a joint effort between Jason and I, Jason had much more experience in this overall movement than I did and knew a lot more people. And so in that regard, took something of a chance or put his faith in me to just hit the ground running and work with me so closely when we started streaming regularly about 3 years ago, starting in February of 2018. And from this show, whether it's things Jason, you and I do together directly like this project and other projects we've done, or just associated things that we do separately, but of course there's still kind of an energy that we're bouncing off of, and a lot of it's kind of emanating from what we do here together as kind of a nucleus. Well, I thank you deeply for that. And my friendship and partnership with John here is one such example among many of that kind of thing, of how this has just grown and blossomed into so many different relationships, friendships, projects. So thank you for that, both of you.
Yeah, I mean, and if I just might add my thanks as well to that very, very true statement of yours, Jared. I think that, it's telling that, Jared, we probably never would have met if it hadn't been for TAP. And so, I mean, in that respect, this collaboration between the two of you has clearly spawned new projects, new inspiration. It's taken on a life of its own, even far beyond the horizons, the very broad horizons that you've established for yourself. And I think that in and of itself really does speak to the life of the thing. And it's you have a great deal to be proud of.
Really appreciate that. Thank you. It's always been a labor of love, literally, for me. And it was, I knew when I first discovered you, John, after Jared brought me my attention to you and your work, I was very impressed. And I've been in a position over the years where I've had to, I've operated businesses for people who actually had money. And even though I was the one who enabled them to make much, much more money and wasn't compensated, remunerated as I should have been, I was very good at picking out people who were quality folks and getting rid of the people who were not, people who still had a lot of room to grow. And I can tell, I could tell with Mr. George right away that he was a quality person. And I could tell the exact same thing with you. These are folks who, and this is what we need to be building the white positive sphere out of. The leadership, thought leaders, content, organizational leaders. It needs to be the kind of people who are adults and ready to tackle adult questions in a mature way, in a far-thinking way, rather than what we've had, unfortunately, for far too long. Which is they have the spectrum of everything from the far too pedantic to the very childish nonsense and even violent comments from people who, they wouldn't even actually step on a slug or a worm or something, but they're ready to make comments about the most disgusting things. So it is wonderful to start off this magnificent extravaganza with two brilliant thinkers right here, Jared George and John Bruce Leonard. But Mr. George, were you getting ready? I thought I heard something, but then I looked down and saw that you were muted. So maybe that was my imagination.
Maybe
I thought you were getting ready to jump in. Yeah.
No. Just saying hi to the chat and trying to juggle a few things. There's always, when we do these multi-guest streams and big events, there's always kind of a lot of energy at the beginning and kind of things you're checking and going back and forth between before you settle into it. We're going to be on for a lot of the evening, take a break, and then get back to a secondary, more informal stream later. We'll tell you guys a little bit more about that in a little bit. So we're strapping in here for a long evening, and I'm just settling in. But John, I know you and I do speak regularly now on our show.
Right, indeed.
How are things over in Europe and Italy? How was the day over there?
Well, the day is splendid. The weather makes up for other bad news coming in from the government hereabouts, but nonetheless, things are just about as they are across the face of the Eurosphere. Certainly nothing new, nothing different. But we have a lot to be grateful for, I think, and fortunately, that hasn't gone out on us yet. We still have a great many lights in the sky above us, and we should be thankful for them.
Yes.
So all's well on this end. You two in the States, how are you holding up?
I love walking through snow. It invigorates me.
As I've told you before, Jared, I miss that here. It's something about fresh snow. It's really...
There's something about walking through fresh snow that really gets that vital life energy flowing again. And I was able to do that. And where I am today was one of my favorite things, where the snow is still on the ground. There's still plenty of it, but the skies were blue. So you have this beautiful contrast of blue sky, the white snow, and the fresh air. So that's where I am right now.
There's something very bracing about that, isn't there?
Yes,
I was in shirt sleeves today. It's just ridiculous. I mean, it's February, but the weather is so fine here. But there's something to be said about that really frigid, just crisp, beautiful, bright, cold winter's day with the white snow and the blue sky, or the moonlight in the snow. That's another thing that I miss very much.
Oh yeah.
It's a very, very evocative kind of a scene. And
I have to,
Sure.
if I could just for a quick moment, when I was living in the Plains, Virginia, which of course is where Born Guilty is set, that's where you visit me when you read the book.
right.
This is out, we're very wealthy. I was living on the property of a multimillionaire in what was his apartment at his stables, where he kept his horses for fox hunting and pulling the sleigh and the carriage.
Fox hunting, really?
Oh yes, it's marvelous out in that part of Virginia, the Plains, and there's no light pollution. DC is far enough away. There's no light pollution, and the moonlight on clear nights was just absolutely magical, exquisite. And when you talk about the snow, newly fallen, this virgin snow, and this sheen that the moon throws across it, truly something spectacular. No wonder the very wealthy choose to live out there where they can.
They choose some fine places and colonize some fine places as well, unfortunately. But yeah,
Right.
there's something that speaks, I think, as well to a certain kind of Northern European sentiment and a Northern European vision of things. This kind of alpine scene and snow on pine trees. That's always been or those dramatic peaks that we have in the United States and many parts of the Rockies.
Yeah.
Oh,
and there's a combination, Jason. I don't know if you have this, but since it's come up, I just want to quickly say, now that it's 3 years, now that it's the 3-year anniversary, so there's a few even anniversaries behind us. Because that first year, it was just the whole looking back on that first year, and it was just a whirlwind for me. And then now that we're a couple of anniversaries into it, it's established something of a pattern. So I don't know if you know this, you feel this, Jason, but I realized in the last couple of days, anticipating tonight in this show, that there's now a feel that late February has for me regarding it's the time of the tap anniversary. There's certain emotions
That's great.
and associations I have that are burned into my neurology, I guess, that I very much associate, and it's part of the rhythm of my year now. So there's a certain late winter, late February feeling that is wrapped up in all of this, looking back on tap and what we do and what the last anniversary shows have been like. So it's almost like a personal holiday to me in a weird way.
That's a milestone, isn't it? It's built itself into the fabric of your calendar. That's really something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to make sure that it's from now on. It's in the it's on the calendar. I think at least for the calendar, we might as well share Tony Vermont's calendar while we're talking about that.
Oh yeah.
Maybe these are absolutely exquisite. Some of these places. Let me see if it's there yet. If it's not, we're going to have a sit down with Tony Vermont, and we'll give him an offer he can't refuse. What is that? Well, I guess we're going to have to meet with Tony, because I see February here, and there is no holiday there for the tap anniversary. We'll have to correct that. It's ASAP.
I have to issue new calendars for 2021. Retroactively inserting the date.
We'll talk to him about 2022 at least, at the very
Yes,
least.
indeed.
But
Yeah,
I
precise.
think time flies as it does on these multi-guest shows, and I
Indeed.
think we're already getting ready for our next guest. But John, thank you for opening the
It's
proceedings.
been really has been my honor. It's been short but sweet, gentlemen. Thanks so much. I wish you a grand marathon in the coming hours, and I'll look forward to catching up on it later. I'm going to bed presently. You know, I'm on the wrong side of the ocean, but please, my best wishes, my congratulations to both of you once again, and thank you so much for having me. It's been great to see you.
Thank
Alrighty,
you.
brother. Promethean dreams to you tonight. Good night.
Many thanks, Jason. Goodbye, Jared. We'll
All right.
be seeing
Bye-bye.
you shortly, and goodbye
Yeah.
to you both. Goodbye.
All right. Well, we got started magnificently, and now we're going to keep this rolling magnificently because we have two very, very special people we're going to bring on to the party. One and only Mark Collett and Laura Towler. Welcome, two heroes. How are you both doing?
Hello.
Look at you two in your suits. Very suave.
Hello, hello.
Well,
The real question of the night, though, is will Jason eat the balloon?
no, Jason, it's not. These folks are not going to know what the whole eating the balloon thing comes from. We were on one episode of PWR, and then somebody offered Mark some sum of money if I were to eat the balloons that were in my background, and that was just not going to happen. So now it's a running joke about whether or not when I have my balloons in the background, I'm going to inhale them and then speak like a duck. I don't think that's going to happen, but we'll find something to do.
He has strong digestion, but not that strong. I don't know if I'd want to try eating a balloon. Were they like the foil balloons or the rubber balloons?
I don't know, but I was very disappointed he wouldn't do it because it would have been funny. And the guy was offering a very generous super chat for Jason to make somewhat of a fool of himself.
I think it would have to be a super chat that would fund enough so that all of us could, for the rest of our lives, fund all of our projects, no problem. So unless it was something that substantial, I don't know if I would take someone up on that offer either myself. But at any rate, it's good to talk to both of you. It's been a little bit since I've spoken to both of you. We're doing a transatlantic thing right now. So thank you for joining us on what is a Saturday night in the UK. And you two have both been so integral to this show. And I can't believe Jason and I were just saying how it's now part of the calendar. 3 years. There's been other tap anniversaries, and that's kind of part of the rhythm of our year that we do this anniversary show in late February. But thank you both for helping us celebrate.
Yes, thank you both. And I have to say really quickly, because I know we have such limited time with everybody, but when Jared and I started the after party, and we just started doing these shows, of course, you know that Jared wanted to interview me. I decided to interview him instead. I said, we'll do the interview of me at some other point. Jared had put together this great series. I think he still has it up on his channel. You can check it out. It's marvelous. And we were deciding where were we going to put this? Where was this going to be during the day, during the week, or whatever? And there was this great guy on the other side of the Atlantic, Mark Collett, and he was doing magnificent things for our people. And Mr. George and I decided, well, I think we will want to be somewhere in proximity to Mr. Collett. And then
what it is, we started out as coattail riders.
yes, we were coattail riders, and so we were going to be the after party, and that's how the show ended up getting named, because the main party, of course, was Mark Collett, and then we were going to be the after party. And then, of course, that is how our relationship, both Jared and mine, got started with Mark. And then I had, of course, many months later, ended up meeting the lovely Laura Towler and heading over there to the UK and having a marvelous conference over there with these beautiful people. But what's going on over there in the UK?
Oh God, it's been a really crazy week for me and Mark because we've been suspended from everywhere. We were nuked off Facebook and Instagram, and then a week later we were nuked off Twitter, any account that me, Mark, or Patriotic Alternative had. And this week we have had 4 mainstream media newspaper articles written about us, and there's one more coming. And they're the most over-dramatic articles ever. Today they said something about, what was it, Mark, about a shadowy a shadowy gang of, what was it?
Oh, the stuff that they've come out with today is just, it's sort of next level insanity, isn't it? When you actually read what they're coming out with.
A shadowy neo-Nazi mob.
Yeah, it's really, really going OTT. But one thing I've noticed is they're really ramping it up. It's not just a small number of papers now. We've been in the biggest paper in Scotland. We've been in the Observer, the Times, the Telegraph, the Sun, all of the biggest papers for the whole of the UK. It's been really, really getting bigger and bigger, and people are really starting to notice. And it's for bizarre things as well. We've not actually done anything wrong, and I know that sounds sort of quite obvious because we don't do anything wrong, but one thing that I have really noticed is at the moment they will pick anything to have a go. So recently it's all been about the fact that we do gaming competitions. That was the big thing for about a week. You know, that, oh my God, these people, they're getting people who are like-minded people are coming together. They're doing things together. And then the latest one today from Scotland, that's because there was a banner drop, and the way that went down was just ridiculous. You'd think that there was an invading army just gone into Scotland and was sort of capturing people and stringing them up. I mean, it's so over the top.
It's like a comic book or something. It's just so over dramatic. And the one today, it showed a picture of Yorkshire and said that it was a picture of Scotland. And then it said something about, we had a banner that said white minority by 2066, and they wrote underneath the photo, on their banner it says deport all non-white people from the country. And it was like, do you think your readers are stupid or something? They can see the banner there because you've included a photo of it. But they're just getting more and more OTT. They're just, it's hilarious to read. I mean, me and Mark don't worry about all the slurs and stuff. We just laugh at it really, but free publicity, so you can't complain.
I was going to say,
one of the funniest things was when they talk about
the PA, how it helps your numbers grow. You'll have to get back to us in a couple of weeks about that. But Mark, I'm sorry, what were you saying?
No, I was going to say they obviously made a few mistakes in the article Laura was talking about, but they also made mistakes in the gaming article. They got the name of the game wrong. They got the day we play it wrong. It's everything they do. They inevitably get it wrong. These people, they are not very good at their jobs. And it's amazing that these people get paid so much money for writing such trash and for regularly getting everything wrong in the articles they write.
Well,
really, they just have to. Go ahead, Jerry.
I was just going to say, one day both of you will have a trunk full of these clippings from articles, and you can come back with your family and enjoy and show how these were the good old days when it's like when we hear the old, oh, I used to have to walk to school 6 miles in the snow, barefoot, uphill both ways from grandparents' generation. We'll be able to show them how, before we turn things around for them, that this is what we had to deal with. So you'll have these are all badges of honor. Badges of honor.
Yeah, definitely. And we, like you just mentioned, every time they write about us in one of these articles, it just brings a wave of clicks to our website and a wave of registrations to our website, especially with newspapers like The Sun. Like, who do they think that their readership is? Do you know what I mean? That's kind of centre-right, patriotic, working-class people who read The Sun, which is our target audience, really. So it just brings a wave of registrations to us. And I don't know what they think that they're doing. They seem to try different tactics. First, it's like, ignore them. And then it's like, let's all publish an article about them at the same time. And yeah, it's just, we keep going, don't we, Mark?
We certainly do keep going. And I've got to say this, with this little recent spate of articles they've been running about us, it does bring a lot of attention. A lot of people are reading these, and it's always funny reading the comment sections as well to see what the public actually think. And although you do get some people who are absolutely over the top in their comments against us, I had a guy today saying that he wanted to shoot me. That was interesting. But you also get people who are like, oh my God, they had a banner whatever next? It's just, I just wonder when these people write these articles if they've got any self-awareness, because everything that they talk about, the way they talk about us and the way they phrase things and the way they go over the top, it does make them look really, really stupid.
Well, that's fantastic. That's the kind of thing that when we've had a couple people in the live chat say this for the both of you all, that yeah, they're writing these articles and it's just a bunch of advertisements. If you had to pay for that, it would be, of course, many thousands of pounds worth, of currency, and so it ultimately can be turned to something positive. And I know that the two of you will turn it to something positive. What disgusts me is that there is such a misrepresentation of good people to the general public, the people who actually need you two and everybody else working there for PA. They need to hear your message, and they're being given this false reputation about what you all represent. And if anybody out there, if you're in the UK and you're hearing my voice live or in replay, these are as normal and good, wholesome people that I have met when I was over there in the UK. They treated me wonderfully. They didn't, I guess they used the gel and combed back their horns or whatever it was, maybe filed down the fangs. But otherwise, they were perfectly normal, the kind of people that you would like to have as your neighbor, the kind of people that you would like to watch your house while you're gone, the kind of people to watch over your children when you need somebody to run somebody to the hospital. So these are normal folks. When they write these horrible articles, it's telling you nothing about Laura and Mark. It's telling you everything about the folks who are writing these articles. They're the ones who are the monsters. They're the ones who are trying to misrepresent the good work. Let you decide for yourself. Go ahead and give Laura and Mark a listen, and then you decide. Are these the monsters? Is this the den that the media, the anti-white media, has told you about? And remember, this is the same media that over the course of the totality of your life have been leading you into decision after decision that has been ruining your personal life, your town, your community, your country, changing everything about your world in a way that makes it uncomfortable and dangerous for you. So just keep that in mind when these people come to you and they want to say horrible things about these folks. And you all have had half a score or more now attacks, direct attacks, public-wide attacks. That Jared, just imagine what it would be like for the entire United States to be hearing about you and me, and the media telling the world about how dreadful we are. So my heart goes out to the both of you, two wonderful people, and I know that you all will turn this to great success for PA.
And have a cup of Grandma Towler's.
Well, thank you for saying that. Yeah, and you do sometimes stop and think. It sounds like I'm whinging, but you do think it's so unfair that I'm constantly being misrepresented, because I know I'm a good person. I know Mark's a good person. And when you read an article about you and it's full of lies, and they're so upfront with what they're saying as well, it does make you angry, and it does make you feel like you don't deserve it. But I would say like 99% of the time, you shrug it off and you don't even think about it. You don't even acknowledge it. In fact, I think you get told that you're a bad person so often that it's just like white noise eventually. It just doesn't mean anything. And I don't think you can ever kind of take it in and start to embody it, because that's not what we're about. Maybe that's what they want us to do. I don't know. But yeah, we are good people. If you ever come to a PA event, it's full of families, men, women and children, decent people, hardworking people, patriotic people. And that's who we represent.
Well, I always take these things as a compliment, really. If we weren't a threat, they wouldn't be talking about us. If we weren't actually posing a threat to the system, they would allow us to register as a political party. If we weren't a threat to the system, they'd let us get on with it. They wouldn't bother mentioning us. The reason they're getting their knickers in a twist over this, the reason they're getting so upset, is because they know that normal people are actually very much bothered about the issue of demographics. Normal people do care about demographics. And at one point, that might not have been the case. People at one point might have just been oblivious to it. But we have really, really pushed the envelope in British politics. We pushed the Overton window, should I say. And the great thing about that is people who weren't talking about demographics are now being forced to talk about demographics because of us. And I think we've put major pressure already on the mainstream. And that is why they are now in this almost complete flap about us, where they have to talk about us no matter what we do. And there's no other nationalist party in the UK that's really having that effect, that's pushing the political dialogue in any particular direction. And considering we've only been going for just over a year, to have that kind of effect, I think it's fantastic. And the only thing really that's held us back from doing more or actually going any further is quite simply the lockdown. If it wasn't for this tyrannical lockdown, if it wasn't for the fact that people were trapped in their homes and not allowed out, and it makes it very difficult, obviously, to organize politically when people are trapped in that way, I think we'd be even further on, and we'd have done even more by now.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, for anyone listening, Laura and Mark have both been on this show a number of times. That's why we have our site, theafterparty.tv. So if you're interested in different topics they've spoken about, or where their minds were and what they were speaking about during different points in the last few years when we've all known each other, then go search their names on theafterparty.tv. Everything is cataloged there. And we look forward to all the amazing work that you continue to be doing. But I think we already have our next guest lined up. So it's always very quick on these multi-guest special streams. But we do thank you both for your time tonight, and I hope to speak soon.
Thanks for having us, and enjoy the rest of your birthday stream. And just a quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. I'll see you all again soon.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us on. And I just want to say a big thank you to you as well for all the work you've done, keeping Tutar, which what it was originally called, and PWR on the air, and all of your service to white nationalism. I can't thank you enough for what you did when we were without a host. I can't thank you enough for always being there and producing excellent shows around PWR and This Week on the Alt-Right before it. You guys are an absolute central pillar of the international white nationalist movement. Thank you so much for everything you do. 3 years has flown by. It's been a great time. And here's to another 3. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Mark, what do you think that is in internet years? Jason and I are debating.
Well, I've got to say this. It is really funny, isn't it, when you talk about internet years, because there are so many shows that start up and they burn really brightly and they're the biggest thing for about a week or so. And then all of a sudden, you simply don't hear from them anymore, and they're just gone. They're finished. They're done. And there's been so many like that. But I think what really, really makes a show stand out is consistency. I think what really paints people as serious operators in this movement is consistency. So many people come in, they burn themselves out. They're the big thing for 5 minutes, and then they're gone. And you never hear from them again. But you guys have been absolutely consistent. And that, to me, is the important thing. It's not just about starting a show. It's about starting a show, keeping it going, and being consistent week in, week out. That's what builds audiences. That's what gets people's respect. And I think you guys have done that really, really fantastically. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much for those kind words, Mark.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you very much. We'll be there to the end with the both of you.
Well, thank you. Have a great rest of your stream.
Thank
it's been
you.
fantastic being here.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
Okay. Good night, my friends. Well, that is magnificent. And we are just waiting on another minute for our next magnificent guest, which will be here momentarily. And she has just arrived. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Elenia, is that how I do? I have it right? Or
Yeah.
I know,
you have it right.
Okay. I know.
Hello,
I think
guys. Can you hear me?
Beautifully. You come through.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
And how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. So thank you for inviting me tonight. I just wanted to say that I'm very happy to be here. And first of all, congratulations, of course, for your great accomplishment. We all know how tough it has become to have and manage profiles and pages online and websites and social medias without getting banned or without being censored. And I find it truly amazing that channels like yours and that of Jared are still not only well active, but continuously grow day by day. I mean, I see here there are a lot of people watching this show, and that's amazing.
Well, thank you. You should actually speak to this for a moment, Elenia. Actually, Elenia would give you a quick introduction. Runs, you might know, on Facebook, very, very popular pages, Protect Beauty, and what was prior to that, Nordic Beauty, which was around for a few years. I actually was aware of Nordic Beauty before I even started myself 3.5 years ago, because I'd started my site about 6 months before, hooking up with Jason, and then the two of us started the show here, which we're, of course, celebrating tonight. And you had what, over 100,000 followers on that Nordic Beauty?
Yeah, it was 117,000 followers. Yeah.
Yeah, this
And
is
in
this
one day,
is
it's
the mania of
just
Nordic
got.
Beauty.
Yeah, it was a pretty famous page, and I mean, I loved managing that page because I received so many messages daily from people saying just thank you for having created this page where you show all this support to the European folks, to the American people of European origins. There were a lot of people, and in particular, many girls who wrote me messages because they were thankful that the kind of beauty of the European women were represented in that page, of course, in a respectful and tasteful way. Because in modern mass medias, we see it that our kind of phenotypes, our kind of beauty, is being considered as, discriminatory towards the so-called minorities that make up like billions of people in the world. So that's why they were just saying thanks. And yeah, and one day my page was just banned. I think you know the reason why. Like, it was just for a picture. It's just incredible. It was just a picture for the people who don't know it. It was an image showing a woman belonging to a Baltic tribe with Baltic clothes, hugging a kid. And the kid had a necklace, and on that necklace there was a swastika, the Baltic swastika. And I just got banned because of that after like 6 years of managing that page.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they were just looking for any reason, because anywhere where Western kind is coming together, and from, look, this is a as you all can probably tell from the avatar, this is a very attractive woman of the West, and there she is creating this page where she is showing the beauty of our people, our creations, but both the inanimate and the animate beauty of our people, attracting well over hundreds of thousand followers, and would have continued. The moon was the limit when it came to this. It was stunning. And this in stark contradiction to what they do with the beauty of our women, which is they degrade that beauty, and then they depict that beauty in ways that serve the anti-whites, in ways that serve the anti-white agenda, and that, of course, is various. Showing that the beautiful, the most beautiful of our people are choosing anti-white norms, anti-white mores, anti-white customs. And instead, what Elenia was doing was she was showing, hey, there's another way. There's a way that, as we talk about on Going Free, that is in tune with the biospirit of our people. And you just feel this resonance. You don't even have to be into this sort of thing. In fact, I saw a meme just the other day, and it showed a beautiful white woman dressed meretriciously, like so many are today in advertisements, and then one dressed similarly beautiful, but dressed in some of the older attire of her particular part of Europe and heritage. And it was clear which was more beautiful, or at least more desirable. And that is what this sort of beauty and this harmony. Beauty is a virtue, folks. And that's what Elenia was projecting to the world, and that is why they had to clip that rose, that beautiful white rose, before it got any higher. But we are so ecstatic to have you with us today, and your story that you share. But you're not done, though. You're not done. Them taking down that page didn't stop you whatsoever. You continue to march forward.
No, of course I do. I mean, I still have another page which is called the Protect Beauty page. The issue is that, you know, this Facebook way of sponsorizing stuff has changed. So now it's pretty much impossible to reach such a big audience without having to pay for campaigns, which I'm not doing because it doesn't make any sense to pay just to, you know, to share a picture. But I mean, the communities are still growing, even though they try to shadow ban people, to block profiles on social medias. It doesn't work. They're trying it, but it doesn't work, because as we've seen here as well, for your channel, times are indeed changing, and there's a constant need of a conscious awakening. And it's also thanks to this kind of counterculture movement that, for example, you and other groups or communities like yours or mine have created, and the goals that we are pursuing, that people who actually feel the way we do, but maybe are afraid of saying it out loud, can finally find a place where to learn, where to feel free to have an opinion, because in these times, even having an opinion has become a crime, and where to create long-lasting bonds with other like-minded people. And this is fundamental in this era, because it's an era where we are flooded by all this information coming from mass medias, all the bad influences from the artistic sphere, from the musical sphere, and so on. And we are obliged to conform, and if we do not want to be excluded, to be condemned to social isolation. But I mean, we are not going to be socially isolated, because we are going to build community. This is the alternative, and we need to show the world that an healthy alternative is possible, because the change is now, and we are the advocates of such a change. The Latins used to say homo faber fortunae suae, which is a concept where the human beings are able to control their fate and can mutate their own environment as a result of our decisions and actions. So that's why we need to focus on this. We need to have a positive attitude, because we have the power to mold our thoughts and turn them into a material reality. So we want communities of spiritual awakened men who follow and respect their culture, their traditions, the path of their ancestors, and know and understand their own history without having to apply it any modern interpretation subdued to by this slave morality that really doesn't suit us Europeans at all. So I think that's what we need to do now.
Yeah, absolutely. I love what you're saying, and the chat loves what you're saying too. A lot of people are asking about you. If you're new to them, I put the link when Elenia was on the after party in July 2019. We spoke about a lot of things, because she's very involved in a Roman Latin revival of the ancestral ways in her native Italy as well. We talked a lot about that. People were asking about other links. I put your Facebook Protect Beauty link.
Okay.
D-Live or YouTube, scroll up. Her Facebook link for her current page, which is still there, is there. But if you're interested in others like Instagram, it's all on the afterparty.tv post of her show from July. But listen to this, everybody. If you like what you're hearing, because this woman has a lot of passion and a lot to say, she is actually our guest 1 week from tonight. She has her own second time she'll be on, her own full tap episode 1 week from tonight. So look out for that. She's going to start. She's our first guest as we go into our next year for the after party. So we're going to have a
that's great.
including you are someone who I'm so honored that you agreed to participate in the folk coffee table book. We're going to talk about that as well. Elenia wrote an amazing.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
In the folk book. Yeah. So we're going to talk about that too.
Yeah, read your pieces, Jason and John. They're amazing. I mean, that book is an artistic piece that I suggest. Oh yeah, here we are. Yeah, it's just amazing. I mean, through this book, we have showed that we are still able of creating magnificent pieces of art and of European art, because we are showing not only the beauty of all the artistic genius that we had in our European history, from Italy to England to Germany to Russia and so on, but we're also showing the richness in our philosophical thoughts, in our philosophical explanation of things, and it was great to read that.
Yes, we try to do that. It's the beauty of our thinking and the physical objects that we create. We try to meld that into that book. And yes, we all agree, all of us here agree that beauty is a virtue. So we'll be speaking more about that next week. And thank you again. I'm glad I'm seeing in the chat, like I said, some people are new to you. This is the first time they're hearing about you. So go check out her last tap and look forward to Elenia joining us. She's going to help us kick off our next year on tap as we enter into our 4th year now. She's going to help us do that next week. So look out for that. We'll be promoting it this coming week.
Yeah,
Indeed.
and great. It's great also because March was like the month where the year actually started for the ancients, like for the Romans. And for example, nowadays Iranians still celebrate the New Year on the 24th of March. So March is officially the month of the New Year for the ancient traditions and cultures. So yeah.
So see, we were tuned into some ancestral memory, booking you as
yeah. So when you were
February.
saying that February is like gives you this this kind of vibe that it's some kind of celebrative month because of the tap creation. So it has sense, because it's actually a month full of celebrations as well in the traditional world.
That's amazing. See, we were tapped into something subconsciously there. I like that. I like that. I have a couple of birthdays in my family too, so it's a very celebratory month.
It is indeed. It is indeed. Well, it has been magnificent having you join us today for this party, 3rd anniversary. I will sometimes misstep and call it a birthday party, since I did that the first year. It was a birthday party that we were having.
Oh, but I call it a birthday party. It's not a misstep.
Oh,
See, we didn't. Shouldn't we have had some executive meeting about this, Jason, behind the scenes?
Maybe so.
Party, and it's an anniversary. We'll go with both. Heap on both.
Yeah, why not?
More the better.
Well, sweet sister, thank you so much,
guys.
Sorry.
How are things in the USA, guys, with all this pandemic stuff? And like, how are you? How are you going through this?
That is it. Go ahead,
Jason's in a more populous area. It's not too bad where I am, and we'll get more into it next week. But yeah, Jason's near more of a metropolis.
Yeah, I think we'll that's a casket to open at that point. Okay. We'll get into it when we have you back. But it was wonderful having you on for our birthday. Thank you so much for showing up. It's always good.
Thank you, guys.
Intelligent, beautiful women show up to your parties. That's a good thing. But
thank you very much, guys.
We'll see you very soon.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And folks, we go from one knockout in Italy to another in the UK, and one and only Jody Kay. Oh, happy birthday balloon for us. Look at that shit.
Oh, look at that.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Jared and Jason on the top.
Thank you.
I was waiting to be serenaded by someone. And it's fitting that it's you, Jody. Thank you so much. And thank you for helping us celebrate.
Well, thank you for having me on. Lovely guests you've had on this evening. Really. I'll be checking. Elenia, was that her name?
Yes.
Nice. I'll be checking her out.
She's done a lot of amazing things. And as mentioned, she was on in July 2019, and she'll be our guest next week.
Nice, good. Someone was asking if she has a YouTube. I saw some of the comments in the chat.
No,
YouTube.
Her social media presence takes a bit of a different focus. She's not a YouTuber.
Okay.
Yeah, but she does share, if anyone speaks Italian, she's, again, very associated with this organization that is doing a lot of research and revitalizing these old Roman rites and ancestral worship and spirituality and philosophies. And she shares a lot of that on her Facebook page of a gentleman she's associated with. I believe she is translating his book. He's a researcher and a scholar, and he does a lot of videos. She's translating his book from Italian into English. I think she told me, if I remember correctly, she's almost done with that translation. So while she doesn't have her own channel, she often shares things from that channel, and she's going to be helping us understand in English soon what they're doing with their cultural movement in Italy, because she's involved in a lot of things, as you can hear, and very passionate about what she's doing. She's a great asset. It's just amazing to see what's going on internationally, isn't it? All of us, through what binds us, and then the small differences that gives us the different personalities of our different countries and nations. It's amazing to see.
It's very inspiring and uplifting and encouraging and all those wonderful positive things.
Just think about the reality that this is a global effort that's coming together. Doesn't that make you feel empowered? Rather than just being this, the anti-whites do such a marvelous job with their entertainment media of telling you that you're just this little marginalized group of crazies and no one could possibly agree with you. And this party alone is going to have people from all around the globe attending this party. So that is power. And they might be able to push us down the way they have and smear us, etc. But when we are able to come together as a single people, Western kind, one nation with many countries, we then draw the talent, the energy, the expertise, the connectivity, the liquidity, everything we need to be able to resist anti-whiteism that in our individual countries, it is very difficult to do because they have perfectly crafted the regime, the context to undermine us, to circumvent all of our efforts. But when we reach out globally, we are able to win, and that's what's happening here. And one of our brand new contributors, of course, in this sphere is Jody Kay. That's why we're so delighted to have her with us. What's it like being back home?
It's been a tough ride, I have to say, coming back, leaving the sun behind. For those that don't know, I was living in Spain on a little island of Spain for 10 years. So I had sun, and a dear friend of mine said that you've landed back in England in the dark time. And physically, metaphorically speaking, yes, I've landed back in England in the dark time. But so it's taken me a while. It's taken me a while to land, but I feel like the spring is coming, and I feel it. I feel it in my step. I feel it. I was just listening to Mark and Laura and the things they're saying. And the things you guys have been saying. We're getting through, and I feel that in my personal life as well.
Yeah, and there's, like I've said, there's an ebb and a flow to this. You'll have times when it's a little tougher than others, but it's a marathon, not a sprint, and we're all here to help each other out. We were saying in the beginning of the show, it's snowy where I am and I'm enjoying it, but I think I'm ready for that sun. I'm getting ready for that sun. March is around the corner, and I need that sun, that vitamin D. Fortunately, I don't suffer from the seasonal emotional thing that some people do, but I do feel my energy, kind of physical energy. I need the sun. I got a lot of sunshine in this past summer, fortunately, and I'm craving it now. So I look forward to it with you.
The seasonal affective disorder, the acronym is SAD. It's actually called SAD.
Funny how
I'm
that
lucky
works.
I don't suffer from that either, luckily.
Yeah, but I realized, a little public health announcement, especially all of us, most of us here, and definitely the three people on the screen right now, are all particularly fair. And actually, a doctor told me once, I don't suffer from headaches, but I had this horrible, horrible headache once, and it was likely this weird nerve thing. And apparently on the pain scale, that this particular kind of headache is worse than childbirth. They actually call it a suicide headache. And I was like, what was this? It was this terrible episode I had one night, and I had to go to a neurologist. As I said, I'm not prone to headaches. And he was saying that even though we absorb it quicker because we're fair and I guess we needed to soak up the sun quicker, there's certain things with European populations where if you don't get enough vitamin D, it can have these weird effects on your neurology. I don't want to get us like way off track, but just very quickly to finish the thought, I remember this where, well, a friend of mine's father was of Finnish descent, and he had to do the same, where he had to do these macro doses of vitamin D. But there's these studies where the people who are by the coasts in Norway and eat more fish, they do okay with this. And the people in Switzerland who are in towns that are higher up in the Alps and get more sunshine, they do okay with this. But the contrast of the people who are more inland in Norway or the people who lived in valley towns in Switzerland and didn't get as much sun or fish, there was much higher chance of MS and other neurological disorders. So there is something with fair-skinned people and vitamin D. And I had been forgetting to get vitamin D. And the way my schedule's been recently over these past few weeks, I've barely been outside during daylight hours. And I was like, why is my energy low? And then I remembered, man, vitamin D, I started eating some more salmon. I started taking this spray vitamin D I used to take. I've been neglecting. And then the golden one, it's funny enough, I don't know if any of you saw this. The golden one just put out a video, I think yesterday, about vitamin D. So that's my public health. Jody, I want to take your time talking, but that's my public health announcement about vitamin D. For fair-skinned people, especially, there's this weird thing with us and vitamin D, and we have to be very careful about it.
That's good advice.
The more you know.
So I want to mention again, Jody Kay's work, folks. People are really falling in love with this lady since she's been back. One of the things that she does is she gets on her streams and will sing right there live on the spot. We'll play play some instruments and sing right along, and it's a lovely. It feels like, and this is where I say again, I'm gonna let Jody talk about it. This idea that this virtual community is somehow inferior to a community in person is suspect, to say the least. You really get the feeling like you are right there with everybody else who is in the live chat, like you're right there in the room with Jody, and maybe you just start to imagine you're maybe at a pub or out in the park somewhere, and she's singing with this lovely voice. Please tell the folks about these little get-togethers that you have and the kind of music that you share.
It started, it's actually while I was living abroad, and we'd all been in lockdown. And when I kind of got introduced to this movement, for some reason I felt I needed to keep my music separate, and I couldn't figure out. So I'd already kind of fractured a part of myself, and I didn't feel right. So it's all about becoming whole. And so I thought, well, I'm going to put my music on my channel, which went down really well. And someone said to me, do you gig? And I said, I used to gig a lot. And I thought, well, why not just try one? And I hadn't really even advertised it. And I just set my guitar up, and it was so, I actually did feel like I was in the same room as everyone, reading the chat if I was able to, and just being with people from all over the world, just singing, and then the comments and the feedback. So then I made it a regular thing to do that, because I love singing. I love singing.
Well, it's a heck of a lot of fun. You have a beautiful voice, and you're a wonderful singer. Where can folks find you to be able to participate in those streams, and how often do you do them?
I was doing the weekly, but my schedule's now changed. So I may go back to once a month. At the moment, they're not planned. It's random. But I always advertise them on my YouTube channel. And I've actually, finally, after 16 years of performing, I've just uploaded my first album to my website for download. So my music is there, and I've done it like Jared. So people can, I've got like a bass line, but people can choose their own price for it. So I'm really pleased with that as well.
Congratulations.
Thank you. You've inspired me.
Yes, well, we've had some great talks about music. Jody was kind enough to host me on her channel. If you want to hear us get all aspects of music together, that was
which we'll do again. We'll do part 2.
Yeah, we'll have to. I think we're getting a little bit of echo. If you want to just maybe quickly mute and then unmute again. But we'll have to get the link if you unmute now. Tell us again where the link is for your album.
It's on my website, so www.jodykay.com.
All right. We'll have to share that
Nice
around.
and
There's so much
simple.
going on. Hyrith just premiered her album last night. We'll be speaking to her later. So many things to celebrate week in and week out. There's just constantly so much creativity and community culture creation going on.
And I find this is the sphere we're in. And I was listening to Mark and Laura. However much comes at us, we're able to just bring our own essence back. So it's like, okay, well, we're gonna counteract that, and we're gonna counteract that. So, and it's building the momentum. It's tangible, and with so many people I'm speaking with, people are feeling it.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, all right. I think that anyone that's interested, again, I sound like a broken record, but go to theafterparty.tv. Jody was our guest on the After Party for a full episode back in October. So search her name if you want to hear what we spoke about then. Everything is cataloged on that site. And Jody, I'm sure we'll be hearing from you a lot more soon and be doing a lot more together. But thank you for helping us celebrate this milestone tonight.
Thank you for having me on.
Thank you,
It's
Jody.
been lovely to
And yeah,
share your...
Thank you for taking the time to go get the balloon. That was very thoughtful.
And sing happy birthday.
It's from my birthday that was last month, so I'm actually recycling. But it was
Beautiful.
just here.
Being resourceful.
And a quick hello in the chat to everyone that's here. And I just want to say thank you for having me on. You've got such a wonderful guest lineup, and I feel honoured and privileged to be part of it. And you guys are doing amazing work. I know I've not been in touch so much behind the scenes, but we're all doing our own stuff. And once I'm settled, I'll be back in the world again.
Of course,
So
we look forward to it. Thank you so much.
Have a lovely evening.
You too.
Bye.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as long as I'm not echoing, the guy who is the number one professional that we're going to have on, the most professional, the most world famous of everybody that we're going to have on tonight, whether he wants that, and it's fame for us. It's fame for an increasing number of our people, and it'll be fame. Just think what it'd be like to be one of his grandchildren in the years to come, and they'll be able to say, James Edwards was my grandfather. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming on.
No pressure. No pressure
at all. No. We're gonna back you out. James.
That was quite a funny.
You're gonna have to rejoin. There you go, James. You're gonna have to rejoin because there is a flaw with the connection. Nonetheless, it doesn't change anything that I said about James because we'll try it again. We'll see if his audio is working this time. How about this time?
Oh, tell me, guys, how am I doing? I don't know what it is about my system here, but about half the time I'll come on and whatever just happened will happen. And I exit, I re-enter, and it's always fixed. So
no,
I don't know. It's just something. If that's the worst thing that happens to me today, we'll be all right. But I was wondering after that incredible introduction, who was coming on before me? Because surely y'all couldn't be talking about me with that introduction.
I'll tell you what was perfect about that, like worlds colliding, is that a little while ago, Mark Collett was on, and he was talking about how there was this gag where when Jason was on PWR, the show he co-hosts with Mark, there was a challenge, a super chatter put out for Jason to eat a balloon. And then there were these jokes about Jason eating a balloon. And then you came on and the audio glitch made it sound like you had chipmunk voice and as if you had eaten a balloon. So there was a full circle. You see how we did that? That even in the mistakes, something worked out. Something works out. Something's funny about it.
I'll come clean. I had a helium balloon in honor of the 3-year anniversary. I sucked it down before you had me on, and that's what was going on there. But hey, guys, congratulations on 3 years. I was so excited. It's always exciting to be with you, Jason, and of course the Renaissance man, Jared George. but especially on an anniversary show. And I think we've done this maybe every year now, 3 years. Hey, that's a big accomplishment, guys. You know how much I think of you and your work. And it's just, I was really excited to receive the invitation to share in this momentous occasion. 3 years. That didn't happen by accident. It took a lot of work, and y'all deserve it. And congratulations from me to you. I know what it's like, and I'm excited and happy for y'all.
Well, thank you so much. Let's inspire some people. Let's tell folks about how long you have been
really
engaged, and you have been a public figure the entire time. People have known that this is a man that wasn't trying to conceal or be anonymous. And now there's nothing wrong. Please be anonymous if you have to be anonymous. We want you to be at your best. We want you to be able to best serve white well-being. And if that means in anonymity, then please do so. But James Edwards' position was going to be that he was going to be out front. He was going to be the handsome face of our effort to care and love our people and to preserve who and what we are. Our traditions all the way around the world, even though for James and I, that in particular means our Southern traditions and heritage and symbols, etc. But he went out front as a very young man and became very well known, had a lot of success, family, a beautiful family, beautiful wife, a brand new little one there in the family. And they have been the happiest family, one of the happiest smiling families that I have ever known, and I'm including everybody from all of these people who villainy signal their anti-whiteism, and they think that they're living these wonderful lives, and they drive the expensive cars, and they go to the church or whatever it might be, and they're in their little social groups. These people, despite and James, please tell them from the heights of where have they mentioned James Edwards and as evil, as etc. The anti-whites would say these things. And this family, tight, healthy, happy, wonderful. This is a sterling example, folks, of who and what you can be, even if you care about our people and the anti-whites hate you for it. But James, when did you start your time on the air, and maybe a couple of those high points?
Well, again, Jason, thank you for that, and thank you for asking the question. You mentioned, we do have 3 children, my wife and I. Now we have a 4-month-old who I can hear crying in the kitchen right now. And talking about my future grandchildren, well, I feel like I'm getting there. I've got the gray in the beard. I got to put on the glasses from time to time now. It's been an honor to have known you for the vast majority of that journey, which now spans on the radio. It'll be 17 years in October. So we're about 16 years and change into the run right now. But I've been doing this my entire adult life, and I wasn't an adult for too long before we started the radio show in 2004, and we've been there. And talking about 3 years, I know we came in at this at different times, Jason, and it was different eras. In 2004, when we started, that was really, it predated Twitter and Facebook to a large degree. I think maybe Facebook had just come online, and I don't even think Twitter was there yet. So we got, we were ahead of the curve. So when we came on, we made for a big target because it predated the time of this proliferation of content creators that have just done such remarkable work. You can have so many of these talents on tonight. But for me, 3 years was really the time, I think, when it really started to break. Now, we had been on the hate watch list, and we'd been attacked, of course, in the press before the 3-year mark. It only took a few months for that to occur. And that's been consistent, even still to this day. It never stops. But it was in our 3rd year that I had the opportunity to be invited on CNN for the first time. And I actually had a very short-lived tenure as a commentator on CNN, including 3 appearances in 1 month when they would bring me on to talk about immigration. They'd bring me on to talk about segregation. They brought me on to talk about the Knoxville horror, different stories that they knew I was talking about, and that I would come on and talk about in a frank and candid way that other people, of course, wouldn't dare do. And so that was in the third year. So I don't know how it's been for you and Jared, of course. Now, God knows y'all have a lot more talent than I do. So I expect you and Jared to be co-hosting a show, your own show on CNN in this your third year. But did it take y'all a couple of years for, to develop and solidify that audience? And then, I mean, of course, it's never easy, and you're always hand to mouth, and it's always, you never have a lot of slack, and you're always living off the land. I'm not saying we've broken through and we're like Rush Limbaugh was when he passed away with $500 million in the bank. I mean, financially, we've never broken through. But in terms of building up a loyal audience, looking at where y'all are now at 3 years, thinking where I was at 3 years, it was about 3 years was when it was like, okay, we may actually make it.
Yeah, well, who knows then, Jared? Maybe we'll end up, this is the third year, something magnificent will happen if we're following in James Edwards' footsteps. Wouldn't that be amazing?
I'm waiting for that email from CNN.
We'll say that again, Jared?
I'm waiting for that email from CNN.
I was talking with Peter Brimelow just the other day. We were talking about Rush Limbaugh, and Rush Limbaugh had actually, for whatever reason, and I still don't know, Rush Limbaugh had compared me to Bull Connor in just a show last month. That was literally one of the last things we did before he passed away. And Peter Brimelow and I were talking about censorship and cancel culture and deplatforming, and he had asked me about that. But I was talking to Peter, though. I mean, in the mid-2000s, I mean, it just goes to show how much things changed. I mean, it wasn't that entirely long ago. Jared Taylor, Peter Brimelow, people like us, we could get on these shows, and they would invite you on. I mean, now there's just, I mean, that just never happens anymore. That never happened with that. Now, they didn't have us on to to put us in a good light, but they would at least have us on, even though we would be attacked and we were brought on to be the villains. But that's all changed. But of course, what also has changed is now you have so many content creators with so much talent who are reaching, collectively, obviously, a much, much, much larger audience than what the legacy or the establishment or controlled press, whatever you want to call it, whatever they're reaching collectively, our groups, our people, our networks, are reaching more. And again, guys, y'all are such a big part of that. And here, 3 years is a long time. This was another thing I was thinking about. I want to specifically say this to the both of you, because this is important. It comes from the heart. Having been in this as long as I have, you really value the professional voices that you've got. You value the people that are out there that are doing the work with sincerity and earnestness, who are in it for the right reasons, not to become e-celebs, not to burn the candle at both ends and you come in hot and it gets a little hard and you check out. But the people who do this consistently and are consistently producing good work, and of course I count y'all among them, and at really the tip of the spear when it comes to that, there's, we have a regular rotation of guests on our show. We could go out and find new guests and bring on new voices, but I like the people I trust. I like to work with the people that I know aren't going to burn me, and you need to have that loyalty. And of course, y'all are doing that, and so that certainly separates y'all and sets apart the work of the after party and everything y'all are doing. And it's just really a privilege to share in this fellowship with y'all and in this struggle. And you really do become a band of brothers. Those who share scars and similar stories certainly feel a bond that you in a connection that you don't really have with of course, the people that aren't a part of that camaraderie. So again, to be here today especially means a lot to me.
It means a lot to us, man.
Yeah.
You're embarrassing me. Should be saying that to you. You're the elder here, teaching us students how you've done it for 16 plus years now.
Well, we got another one tonight. That's another thing that's exciting. So as soon as we get done here, I know y'all are going to be going all night. Y'all are the marathon, man. I do 3 hours a week. That's all I can take. That's all I can muster. But we make sure those 3 hours are good, and we make sure that they're packed full with great guests and the kind of content and commentary that the audience is looking for. But I'll be leaving here as soon as we get off, going to the radio station and getting fired up to go from 6 to 9 Central, 7 to 10 Eastern. So content cross platforms tonight, and that's a good thing to have, because again, when I got started, that wasn't going on. We were the only game in town, of course, in terms of broadcast radio, but there wasn't many other organizations that existed at all, or outlets that were doing this. And you had Amrin and VDare. You can count on your fingers. I don't even know if you have to go to the toes, maybe just the fingers and toes at most, of the organizations that were around in 2004 that I started, when I started, that are still around now. And of course, a lot come on since then, and some that have come and gone. I mean, you know, sometimes it's a quick burn, and sometimes you have a lot of turnover in this. That's a lot of risk and very little reward in terms of, you know, financial compensation and of course praise from society. And so you're taking a lot of risk, and I understand that not everybody can make it. And, you know, there's a winnowing effect that is out there. And again, for the people who can make it, they deserve a hearty salute and certainly the support. And so I want to ask everyone who is watching today, who is tuned in, watching right now, to support the work of Jared and Jason. They need it. They deserve it.
Thank you.
And they're fighting for you every day. Not everybody can be on the front lines. Not everybody can take the slings and arrows. But those that do need to be. You got to keep the supply lines going, folks. We're all in the same army together. You got to keep the supply lines flowing to the people up there in the trenches, and you can do that. Everybody plays a part. We don't exist without them, do we, guys?
No, we don't.
Well, you know, a commentator is only good. What is the old saying? You know, a soldier will say a commentator is only good until the last drop of water in his canteen. So we gotta keep us going, folks. Keep them going. But Jason, you were on not long ago. I was just looking at. I've got a desk here with a glass. I've got glass covering my desk so I can write on it with these dry erase markers. And so just looking back on what we've done just so far this year. Had a V-Day show, Valentine's Day show, where we had a ladies' night talking about relationships, and we like to do that from time to time, take a departure from the beaten path of current events and breaking news, and you know, do something that focuses on the internal, families and relationships and all of that stuff. But you know, there's a lot of good work going on. We're going to have a special series, just very, very quickly, special series coming up in March. We call it our March Around the World series, where we bring on exclusively guests and leaders and voices, elected officials from Europe, from Canada.
Yeah.
We had just a couple of weeks ago Dan Erickson from Europa Terra Nostra, who's doing just great work. That's an organization I would encourage people. We don't have a membership organization that exists in this country like Europa Terra Nostra, and they're doing great work over there. So if that's a name people haven't heard before, check it out. And I've known Dan Erickson for many years, and so this isn't a newcomer. This is a guy that's been in there and paid his dues and worked and built this organization up. And I was on Dan's podcast back in 2015. So there's a lot of good people out there, maybe names you haven't heard of that you should. Of course, we had a show that just really stunk a few weeks ago. I had this guy named Tim Murdoch and Jason Köhne on.
That sounds like a bad combo. That sounds like a bad.
No. Hey, listen, I don't know. Is Tim on yet tonight? I know he's coming on.
Oh, he's coming on.
Is.
He is in a couple of hours.
He hadn't been on yet. Well, you tell Tim, listen, Tim and Jason, two of the best we've got. You put them together on the same show. That's Radio Gold. I think the week just before that, Jared Taylor, Mark Weber, Paul Fromm, Kevin McDonald, Sam Dixon before that. I like to play, I'm an oldies aficionado in the 50s and 60s music. I'm also an oldies aficionado when it comes to the radio. I like to stick with the hit makers. We even replayed one of my interviews with Pat Buchanan, who's been on the show several times, and we revisited that in honor of the suicide of a superpower. We had him on to promote that years ago, and we revisited that interview and gave some updated commentary because it really the whole name of the book is, I've got it on my shelf, Suicide of a Superpower, Will America Survive to 2025? It seemed a little bit hyperbolic in 2011 when he wrote the book, but now it's, I mean, maybe we're wondering
if we're gonna crawl past that. I'll end on this. My closing comment here will be this, and it's not to speak inappropriately of the deceased, but when an appropriate amount of time has passed, how about this? How about you move up to the slot where Rush was, and you have hundreds of millions of people listening to you, and we'll help you out sometimes. And Jason and I'll move up to what you've been doing. How about that? We just go up that ladder.
That'll work.
You climb the run. You know, I'm actually going to do a segment tonight on the legacy of Limbaugh. I think obviously he probably, he was okay. I mean, I know there's been a lot of, even in our circles, a lot of, worshipful condolences to Rush. And, we're not going to speak ill of him, but why wasn't he having, Peter Brimelow, or Jared Taylor, or, some of these people on? Had an amazing email that I got. This just goes to show, guys, you just never know. We actually interviewed, before he passed, Drew Lackey, who was the former chief of police in Montgomery, Alabama. He's actually the one pictured in the
that's right. I remember that.
Booking Rosa Parks. And he just had a front row seat to what was really going on in those years. And he came on and gave his eyewitness testimonial to what was really happening. And it, of course, it's just so far removed from the narrative you hear about those years, what those police were up against, and you know, give you the other side of the story. In my opinion, the truthful side of the story. Well, anyway, we had him on years ago, and I just got an email from a listener just within the last month who said he had found that interview after all these years, and he went and he found the book. It was very hard to find, but he finally found a copy of the book, and he scanned every page and put it up on a PDF so other people can find it. Then he contacted a publishing house, and that book is going to get republished now. There's a publishing house that's going to republish that book because you can't find any copies of it. There's just a limited number originally produced, and that you can't find them anywhere. So you stop. Anyway, so that's just an amazing what one interview can do. You inspire somebody, they go out, and this is an important book because it's just really the only book I've ever read that offers a firsthand narrative from a man in a position of authority with the much attacked police of that time, so that's I got that. And I only bring that up. I thought that was interesting, but why wasn't Rush Limbaugh? He knew that he was on bar time last year. Why did he never interview people like Drew Lackey? Why did he never interview, even in his last years, people who were really game changers, who were out telling the truth, they can get beyond, like y'all, for instance, or
no, I was just gonna say like James Edwards, like James Edwards. That's who we should have. And on that note, we're gonna have to let the radio start and talk about Radio Gold. This is Radio Genius. This guy has so wetted your whistle now for the sort of content, the intriguing, interesting, fun, everything you can imagine, you will find over there on the Political Cesspool, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, James, for coming on and celebrating this third anniversary, this third birthday with us, and look forward to speaking with you again very soon, good brother.
Guys, I'm on my way now to pick it up where we're leaving off, but everybody else, stay tuned. They've got hours of content coming for you. Jared, Jason, happy birthday, happy anniversary. 3 years Godspeed to 3 and to 13 and to 30 more. I know y'all will be here, and anything I can do to help, I'm always here. Love you guys, and thanks for having me.
Thanks, Chase.
Love you, brother.
Show. Have a great show tonight. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So we started off in Europe, and then we came back here to stateside, and now we're heading right back, ladies and gentlemen, with the one and only Ferrodi. How are you doing, good brother?
Good evening, guys. Good evening. I just had a AMA, so I hope I'm bringing some people, some viewers with me. I told them about this show, so I hope you get a bunch of new viewers. And I was listening in on your talk with Edwards, and I remember, I started listening to the Political Cesspool probably like 15 years ago or something. This was before podcasts. That's the only place you could find interviews with Kevin McDonald and people like that. So it was good to see him again. A blast from the past.
That's great to hear too, that he was started terrestrial radio in the United States and is reaching people over across the ocean in Europe, like you, Frody, our man from the north, representing Scandinavia. What was how was your AMA? What were some of the topics that came up, or what's on your mind right now?
Well, I mean, we were obviously talking a bit about the COVID, the lockdowns and everything. And I just remember that last year, exactly a year from now, I was on your show for your 2-year anniversary.
Yes.
And I recorded that interview or that conversation from Tallinn, Estonia, because I was there for a conference. It's the Estonian Conservative Party, EKRE, their youth organization, Blue Awakening. They have a conference every year, and I was speaking there. And next week, or on Tuesday, actually, I'm going to give a speech, but they're going to do it online this time. So everything has changed. It's just been a year, but everything has changed, and we're sort of living in a new world now. But
we were promoting, you were going to have this big debate in May at your own conference between Jared Taylor and E. Michael Jones, and we were just starting to promote that, and then that had to be put on the shelf because you're right. It was a year ago, of course, and it's always late February. It's technically the 21st. The very first day that Jason and I did a stream together was February 21st. of 2018. It is technically the 21st where you are, so you're the first guest who's helping us celebrate on the actual exact day, because it's already the 21st in Central Europe. And just in where I am, at least in the States, I know there were different phases of things, but it was in a few weeks from now, what would have been a year ago, by mid-March, everything changed. I remember the difference between the beginning of March and the end of March was we were just hearing in our area where I live that there were some COVID cases in the local hospital in the first week or so of March. By the end of March, I couldn't see my family for a certain amount of time, other family that lives nearby where I am in the area. And that was what it was for me. I don't know what your experience was, but March is when everything changed here.
Dude, yeah, I remember it very well, because the thing is that I had a relative who went to the hospital and I had to go to visit him.
Yes,
and
you told me.
The thing is that if he had gone to the hospital 1 week later, I wouldn't have been able to go, because I just arrived a couple of days before they shut down all travel, basically in all of Europe. And that is, I was stuck there for months, and that's why I did the whole Decameron Film Festival and everything.
Yes, we did that with you in April. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah. So I mean, it's been a crazy year, and I was just thinking about this the other day, that we've been going on for so long. It's been going on for a year now, and we're held hostage, basically. We can't do anything. We can't go anywhere. We can't visit people, and are people starting to get tired? I mean, do we think that this is reasonable? Do we think that this is justified? And so I did a poll. I just, for my own, I was curious, because I was thinking, am I an outlier? Do I like have the impression that this is a completely unjustified lockdown? And but everyone agreed. I mean, basically everyone. About 600 people answered the poll, and about 95 people agreed that they haven't seen anything to think that a worldwide lockdown for a year is justified. But yeah, things have changed. And in March last year, I thought that maybe this will go on for weeks, a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months. But in the summer, it's going to open up again. Now, I don't think it's going to open up again in the summer. I mean, we're in weird territory here.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm not trying to play like reverse quarterback, or I don't know what the term would be in this case, talking about a year ago. Something in the back of my head told me, even in those very early days, nothing would be the same again. And I don't mean that in a bad way, because if anyone listened to, Frody was kind enough to invite me onto his New Year's stream. And this isn't being Pollyanna-ish just to be Pollyanna-ish. This is how I am. I know things are dire. I know people are in a lot of pain. But the whole post-World War II order that we've lived under, we were born into, and all the assumptions and narratives that go with that, it's changing right now. It's breaking. And there's all kinds of freak out. There's all kind of people vying for power behind the scenes. And yes, there's a lot of crazy fallout going on, but just for my sake, just speaking for myself, I think that something had to crack and something had to break this. And even though it looks like all these dire things are going on right now, I'm not convinced that it's all bleak and black-pilled and 100% some one particular party behind the scenes has it all buttoned up and they have their whole agenda locked up, and then you might as well just give up hope. I think that a lot of this stuff kind of needs to happen in a strange way to break the order that we were born into and change into whatever's next. And change is ugly and it's challenging. And there's going to be a lot of ups and downs and confusions and pains. We know that and we respect that. But it's up to us to ride that wave and to kind of be alchemists and turn that lead into gold. And I remind people, as I did when we welcomed in the new year together, Frody, that this is the stuff of renaissances. You talked about, Decameron Film Festival, right?
Yeah.
That cycle of stories was written in the Renaissance Italy. This is, and it was during the plague. That's why you named it as such. This is the stuff of Renaissance. These are the challenges. Call our people to rise up and get through bottlenecks in our history. We've been through challenging times before. If we looked, the three of us here, okay, we're all the sons of men who had to survive at least to produce a male offspring, going back thousands of years. Think about the plagues and the wars and everything going on just to get us here. It is mind-boggling, and we have to keep that kind of thing in perspective.
Yeah, I think it's been interesting, and just like you say, it is, we're in a new era. I mean, it was a breaking point of sorts last year, and the narrative has changed. The globalist narrative has changed. The free flow of people was what was the old narrative. People should be able to travel just as they like. Now it's more a narrative of control. We're going into really sort of hard control, really, with the digital passports. They can see where you are. It's sort of sci-fi dystopia almost. But I think it's important that because their narrative has changed and they're talking about slightly different issues and problems, I think our narrative has to change with that as well, because, you know, you can't stay in the narrative of the 1960s, you know, and think that you're going to turn back time to the 50s when everything was normal. I think like the 1950s, that's sort of when we think that everything was normal in a way. And then like the whole leftward extremism sort of took off really in the 60s. But, you know, we can't have that old sort of conservative narrative. We have to talk about new issues now. And so I think it's a good sort of wake-up call that this whole thing has been, because now we have to look at new issues. We have to rethink things. And I think it has made a lot of people receptive to alternative narratives and challenging the public discourse on this topic.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat are into that. Again, not that this is just how I feel, whether people were making fun of me about it or not, but I'm glad to see our community here gets it. And it's not just being optimistic to be optimistic. You know, Jason and I are very much into a well-rounded approach and hitting all the different angles, being very holistic, as I know you are as well. But this is the hand that we've been dealt. And so we have to be able to realize where we are and use it in some way.
Yeah, definitely. And I think more and more people are listening to us. And I think that there is, I mean, the big key to winning is to not be sectarian, not be like, okay, we're going to be in our ideological ghetto and not talk to anyone else. The key to success is to bridge over to new people and to talk about things that they find relatable. And the point is that everyone in the world finds this relatable. And I think that's why people are talking about it, because we're talking about topics that no one can avoid. I mean, no one can avoid this new sequence of events that has happened over the last year. So people just have to deal with it somehow. And, you know, if we can give them a narrative, I think that really helps us to gain their confidence, really, or gain their that we have credibility in their eyes if we can describe what's going on.
And a more accurate narrative, a more accurate way to see the world that is a little different, in some ways very different than the mainstream conservative narrative that you get on quote unquote conservative television, whether that's in the States or different media outlets in Europe, or techniques that work like Jason's here. You know, it's not about the content creator. Jason and I both know it's not a popularity. We need a certain amount of people to be watching, but we're not here for our egos. You know, I understand that the way I speak or the way I present myself, it's not going to resonate with everybody. It doesn't matter. You know, there's different personality types in the chat that kind of resonate with different people. But you can't argue with success. And you look at, you know, what Jason's doing with Going Free, every week there are people writing in talking about how they're helping people in their families, they're helping their friends, or they themselves have come through drug addictions and suicides. Because there's all this, we've been talking about like the post-war World War II consensus and the kind of the world we were born into, and the crazy stuff that's just gotten crazier and crazier and crazier as we've grown from children to men, is a lot of people we know are poisoned, and there's all these different frames that are put in our heads and certain things that what the regime wants you to do is self-censor. They want you to a point where you're not even allowing yourself to think certain thoughts. It doesn't even have to be this totalitarian control, but we see that that's not working. We see that it's falling apart. And in people's own personal lives, they feel this sense of despair. They see nowhere to turn. They don't know alternative ways out. And so they get into some very unhealthy things. They get into some bad things. Well, we have some things going on here that are helping people. And it's very hard to say that without sounding like you're selling a product. And I've seen the critiques and I know what people say, but it's not that. I don't know what else to say than just to keep putting one foot in front of the other and just keep doing it week in and week out. And hopefully the truth will out, and the people who are in this for the right reasons, it will just become more and more apparent.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that I've said repeatedly as well, that, I mean, you shouldn't just look for the big numbers or the big audience, because I don't think that we're going to change things. We're not going to turn this around in a matter of weeks, right? We're not going to get millions and millions and millions of viewers, or, you know, the numbers needed to turn everything around. That's not going to happen. This is a thing that's going to take generations to change. This is a slow thing because it's taken generations to break down. So it's going to take us a long while. Maybe we're not going to live to see this thing turn around. So we're in it for the long term.
Yeah.
So we shouldn't worry about, are we reaching enough people now? You know, so I agree completely. This is a long-term project of giving people better basic values.
And that, yeah, I think that pedigree or that catalog that you have of work behind you, there are benefits that kind of bubble up from that. So imagine, this is why we take the time to catalog what we do, what Jason and I do on the afterparty.tv, or we do on our own separate websites. Because even, let's say there was a watershed moment where, whether it was by some great beneficial act or circumstance or by accident, that what I do, what you do, what any of us do, all of a sudden was seen by millions of fresh faces. The fact of the matter is, yeah, I know sometimes when you see people have 500,000 followers on YouTube, obviously that number, I get the psychology of it. I understand the fact that someone has a tremendous amount of following. It says something and it makes people feel like, oh, well, if this many people agree with them, there must be something to this. But we can't control that until that happens. What I try to do is kind of like how Jared Taylor talked about what he was doing in the 90s before he saw things take off more, is I'm trying to make this trail where if someone comes in fresh now and they see, wow, there's been 3 years of this show, The After Party, and 2 years of Jason doing Going Free. And if you go to my site, The Great Order, Jared's been doing this stuff for the last 3.5 years. There's a whole body of work here. And there's different topics you can go search and sink your teeth into. And that trail of what's been in the past laid down, though, that's an investment to me. That's something that maybe, whether it's in 6 months from now or a few years from now, you know, streams we were having or clips we made of a good 10 minutes from a certain stream that made a very good point from years ago, that could then harvest into this really, you know, rich material and convince people and change minds in ways we can't even imagine in the coming years. And I'll just throw this in too, as I'm saying, you know, Jason's work gets a tremendous amount of testimonials. I don't like to toot my own horn too much, but it is our party, so I'm going to do this a little bit. Frody, you're going to appreciate this too. Evidence violates community guidelines. Believe it or not, that's actually someone's name in the chat. Actually said, you're going to like this comment, Frody. The Great Order and Frody Midyard were my 1-2, like my 1-2 punch in finding folks taking white issues in ways that were professional and persuasive to me. So that's someone in our chat right now saying, my work and your work, Frody, in particular, is what convinced him that there were serious people doing this and got him into this. And that's someone who's here. I see his name in the chat all the time. He's a regular here and on Jason's Going Free show.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, I think it's a good. Jared Taylor is a good example that you brought up, because, you know, when you talk about a big part of the right is understanding that quality matters more than quantity. In the long run, it does. And you know, a person like Jared Taylor has been doing this for 30 something years, right? And he's just been building it up step by step. And then all of a sudden, like in like 2015 or 2016, there's an explosion, and some people get a channel, just like you said, with hundreds of thousands, or people get a lot of viewers, people like Milo or whoever, right? But what does that matter in the long run? I mean, they're forgotten now, but Jared's work is still there.
Not
he has changed people, you know, on a more fundamental level.
Yeah. And those other people are seen for what they are. They want popularity. On that note, Frody, we always love talking to you, but we do have Jeff Winston from the White Art Collective here and ready to go. So we're going to let you go. We know it's late where you are, again, past midnight over in Scandinavia, but we thank you for staying up late with us. As I was saying, Jason, Frody is actually, he's in the future, in February 21st, the actual date. That's right. It was actually February 21st, 2018 was technically the first stream you and I did together. So Frody was our first guest to actually be with us on that exact date of February 21st.
Well, I can say this about Frody. I know this for sure. This man is a rock, and as things continue to be what they are across the world, across the West, whatever they become, I have no doubt that standing in the trenches, I'll be able to look over to my side, and Frody will be there without question. It was magnificent having you on tonight, brother.
Thank you so much, and it was good to be able to be a part of your 3rd anniversary, and I hope you get many, many more years. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, brother. Thank you. Good night, brother. And without further ado, we will bring on stateside the artist extraordinaire, Jeff Winston. Hello, brother.
Hello. Can you guys hear me all right?
Beautifully.
Wonderful. Hey, congrats on this 3-year anniversary. You guys are doing great work. And speaking to that final point there that you guys were touching on, I remember seeing you guys start coming to prominence in the I remember following you from early on. And I had a similar feeling as I was like, yes, we need guys like this who are more sensible, who, you know, you guys have the kind of aesthetic and vibe that you do, not you know, plastic stall helms and all that. But anyway, yes, congrats. And it's great to be with you guys.
Thank you. And thank you for all the work that you're doing as well.
Well, thanks.
When is it that we started not too far off from one another? When was it that you started streaming under the White Art Collective banner?
So I actually founded WAC in January of 2018. So WAC has been in existence for 3 years. We didn't start streaming till in the November. I think it was actually the first weekend, November of 2018 was our first SNL stream. And I think you guys came on for the first time in like the March of 2019, and I went on one of your streams early 2019. So
very shortly thereafter. Yes.
Yeah. It's been quite a ride.
It's been quite a ride, and folks, I've met with Jeff in face to face. I know he's a real human being. So all of those claiming that he's a robot, not an actual human being. He is real.
Who said I was a robot?
We saw part of his face last night. We saw he has a little covering, but I saw the human element last night when they were doing the Hyrith stream, and she'll be on later when they were celebrating her album release. It seems like there's stuff. We were saying this earlier, Jeff. There's something going on. Like every week, someone's coming out with a new project, new website, or there's a new artistic product. This is a real viable culture at this point.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And just within our spheres, just WAC, we're constantly playing new music. It's almost to where I'm never playing the same stuff twice. It's almost the exception is playing the same stuff twice just on the music. And that's just music. We're trying to find ways to feature all this other stuff. So there's tons of stuff being produced and it's all great. The thing is, what I'm really working on and focusing on this year is trying to get ourselves organized as better so that we can we can kind of amplify the signal overall, and because there is so much stuff being produced, you really need infrastructure and mechanisms to get it out there more. So it's a good problem to have, and we're working on all of that.
And this is a mind, ladies and gentlemen. You got the human mind is usually wont to a particular direction. The organizing, the artistic. Jeff somehow straddles both of them beautifully, and we really salute him for that and the work he's doing, because it's so vitally important to the recapture of our destiny and service to white well-being. You need to be able to bring these artists in. You need to be able to inspire them to make works that will serve that well-being of our people, and that is no easy task. He has to, as you can imagine being the person who has to be the bouncer at the door, and then the guy also operating the club, the guy who's choosing the tracks that are going to get played, the performers for the stage. Imagine being that, and your primary source are people coming from different walks of art that are all from top to bottom anti-white, just riddled with anti-whites. So these people are walking in, they're coming up to the door, and Jeff is having to, I don't know, wave a wand over them. They walk through the naked body scanner, whatever he does, he finds out what he needs to find out to say, no, you can leave, and that you can stay because you have some potential. I can see that the spirit of the West wants to come out in you. So it's a magnificent thing, Jeff, that you are able to do. And I really salute you for that.
And then he has to organize artists, which I know is no easy task. But Jeff, I hate to say this, but we got a little off track earlier. We're trying to keep a tight schedule. But what makes up for it is you will be one of the chosen. And some of you on the chat, you can hop in for this too, because we're going to have a free-for-all. We haven't done this in a long time. We've had requests for it, but we have that radio-style show that we sometimes do that we call It's Late Night Somewhere. We're going to take a break, and we're going to come back on and do that. Everyone is avatar, like Jeff is here. Even Jason and I'll be avatar. It makes it very easy for people to just hop in, hop out. It's a free-for-all. We talk about anything and everything. It's like a late-night radio show. Jeff will be on for that as well. So, Jeff, if you don't mind, we're going to have another guest coming on now that we're at 15 minutes to the hour. So if you'd be so gracious, we will have to wrap up, but we will be talking to you later. When I say Jeff's part of the chosen, Nullis, it's not that chosen. It's our tap chosen.
Yeah, no worries, guys. I'm more than happy to bow out, and I'd love to chat with you again later. And again, congrats. You guys are doing amazing work, and I look forward to our continued collaboration into the future.
Now, real quick. You had, of course, as I mentioned, the Hyrith special last night with her new album, Metamorphosis. Now, was that a switcheroo in place of WAC, which is usually at 9 p.m. Eastern on Saturday nights, D-Live, or will you in fact be doing the regular WAC stream tonight?
We are in fact doing the regular stream tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern as well.
That works out perfectly, and that's another reason why you'll understand I'm trying to keep this on schedule, because we plan to wrap before 9 Eastern. We're going to break until 11. So folks, look at how perfectly this works out. You can finish the after party main show. You can watch and listen to the music, Jeff, D-Live, White Art Collective at 9 Eastern. And then about 11, Jason and I are getting back on for that fun free-form radio show. It's Late Night Somewhere. So programming all night long, but we made it so that there's a nice gap. And we're not on when White Art Collective is on. So see how that all is nice and clean.
Beautiful.
And that's
Perfect.
nice. That's nice European time management, right?
Exactly.
That's right.
Great work.
All right, Jeff, we'll talk to you later then, brother.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
All right. Bye-bye.
Staying stateside, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only. I can already feel the storm clouds are gathering. The wind is blowing. The bouquet is upon the air because Laura Lee is joining us. And Laura Lee, if you wanted to have your avatar, you make sure you turn your camera off, and then we'll get the option.
Oh dear.
It's okay.
I think I'll just have to be a black screen, and everyone can imagine something gorgeous.
It lends an air of mystery. It lends an air
Yes,
of
indeed. Yes, there you go. Can you hear me all right? Or
very loud and clear.
great.
Loud and clear, yeah.
Excellent.
It's appropriate. You're something of a wise oracle for us in these parts. And Again, Laura Lee has been on the show several times, and as I always say, the afterparty.tv has everything cataloged. You can search her name and listen to the fascinating episodes that we've had, speaking about all number of things. I guess just for briefly, for anyone that's new, why don't you tell people just for a moment about what you do, the contributions you've made in your video work, and what most interests you?
Oh, well, first of all, thank you for inviting me. Happy anniversary. I've been watching the show from the beginning. It's awesome. So great to see so many people of kingly stature and queenly stature coming down the line here. And, you know, I really also wanted to thank you and congratulate you guys for, in only 3 years, it's remarkable that you've been able to create and sustain a space where the Promethean spirit can rise into consciousness, and not only just rise into consciousness, but to grow into an unstoppable force. And in my opinion, that's what we need more than anything now, is the realization and the activation of the Promethean spirit that I consider to be the force of nature that rises up in the human psyche when the life force is threatened. And we're threatened. The life force itself is threatened. And based on, you know, what's happening astrologically, the sign of Aquarius has been activated as of the winter solstice. The myth associated with Aquarius is that of Prometheus, and many of you may already know the Greek story, and of course Jason's amazing work that kind of picks up on the Promethean myth and, you know, fleshes it out. And also brings in, you know, some of, there it is, the torch of Prometheus, yes. And it also correlates to the work that I've done, which is a deep study of the Lord of the Rings as the myth for our time. And the Numenorians, the ancient, wise men of the West, is also a correlate to this Promethean spirit. So I think this year, 2021, is the time when we, the men and women of the West, need to connect up with this force of nature. And you guys have created this space, this platform, and this energy field that really is drawing this out of individual people. So hallelujah, hail, and good job, you guys.
Thank you very much for those kind words. Now, about you, you were generous.
Oh.
But please take a moment and tell people that might be new again.
Okay.
You've been on a few times, as I said, and we're not that we necessarily have to wait for this, because we always have things to talk about, but certainly when the next part of your series comes out, which sounds fascinating, we will have to have you on. But you look at the Lord of the Rings films as a very potent image-laden metamyth that is a lot more going on, that you argue there, that it's not just some Hollywood movie. There's a reason it resonates with our people. And that amazingly, it somehow came out of Hollywood. You and I spoke about this privately, where it came out in this sweet spot where it was late enough in the early 2000s where the special effects and the technology was such that it did justice to the story. But it was just before this anti-white insanity. It was always there, but really just burst full force into Hollywood unabashedly. They would not have been able to make those films right now.
No. Oh, no.
So you bring in I want you to speak for yourself, of course, but I'm doing a little promo for you here. You bring in your knowledge. You have a deep knowledge of symbolism, of archetypes, of Jungian deep psychology. You bring all that to bear. You look at these films as if they're dreams of the West, these myths in a very, again, Jungian way. And we get very, very deeply into what these stories and their characters and the themes can tell us now. You mentioned the word Numenorian before, and that's from the Tolkien universe, but some people might not know what that means. So why don't you just take a couple minutes to tell people what your work is, these high-quality videos you do looking into the Lord of the Rings films?
Well, when I knew nothing really about J.R.R. Tolkien prior to seeing the first film, Fellowship of the Ring, in theaters in December of 2001. And it absolutely blew my mind because I felt instantly that this was the myth for our time. And the 20 or so years prior to that, I had been very deep into studying Carl Jung, Joseph Campbell, related subjects, depth psychology, and looking more on, the inside, dealing with the internal psychology, addressing the shadow, and part of that, I became very interested in the nature of evil. And that culminated towards the end of the 1990s with things that were happening in the outer world. And so I turned my attention then to say, like, whoa, okay, maybe that evil is not just some archetype on the inside. It seems to be alive and well and thriving in the so-called big world. So I turned my attention to the larger global issues. And then when I saw the way this Tolkien's original story was presented, it just pulled everything together. And I thought, okay, this is the myth for our time. That there's been myths throughout the ages. Every culture has mythology. It's like the operating manual for the human beings of a particular culture, as Jung and Joseph Campbell said many times, that myth is to a culture what dreams are to the individual. So my take is that The Lord of the Rings is the dream of Western civilization, brought forth out of the imaginal initially by Tolkien, and then miraculously picked up at just the right time by Peter Jackson. And I think just the making of those films in itself was pretty miraculous. If you know anything about the backstory of how they pulled all that off, I mean, it really is incredible. And so since then, seeing the films, then I began to take them apart and analyze all the symbolism. So that's what I've done in my series of videos, and there's 5 of them already done on my website. There's a page for presentations, and they're all up there along with some other interviews that I have done along the way. But I am working on the next episode, which is looking more into science, actually, and analyzing some of the symbols using scientific mythology, really, because science is a cosmology, just like other things, right? And so what I'm really concentrating on now, and I think it is important to mention, is that now that we know basically that the forces of evil are, threatening the world, and that tyranny is on the march, what can we do about it? So what are the solutions? And in studying the science, particularly of light and water, I'm investigating all kinds of things in the realm of so-called free energy technology, zero-point energy, all of these kinds of things that have been around for many years. And I guess what I would like to encourage is for people to start thinking about that kind of stuff. Just, people who are, I know you've got people who are listening and who are a part of the community here, who are homesteading, who are probably doing a lot of these things already. I mean, some people call this the, survivalist sort of strategies, but all of these things, I think, are important, and we can and probably should be looking into alternative sources of power and energy, and how to, grow food and feed ourselves, and basically disengage from this tyranny that is seeking to dominate us all.
Very well said. And yeah, that's the episode that I was referring to a moment ago when I said to the chat that very much looking forward to. As I said, we've had you on before for your different installments from your Lord of the Rings series, but it sounds very far-reaching and multidisciplinary, what you're about to do with the light and the water and
trees.
Yeah,
light, water, trees, and animals. That's next. Yeah.
Related, very symbolic, related to things that we respond to, creation myths. Jason and I are obviously very interested in storytelling in both ways that are both rational but meta-rational or subconscious. How to awaken our people, because you may have heard me say this before, some of you listening, but as wonderful as it is to get the arguments right, I firmly believe a lot of people are going to get more comfortable with this kind of thing and become more convinced with it in ways that are very unconscious and symbolic as well. That's how, because that's how we were taken over in past decades.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, because the war that is upon us is a war for our mind, but it's worse than that. It's a war for our imagination. And so if they can infest with the meme pathogens and images, evil images that are literally implanted in our psyches through the mainstream media and Hollywood and marketing of every kind, those, especially the young people, children, being exposed to these contaminants literally infect their imagination. And it's out of the imaginal that everything else comes. So this balance between mind and imagination, or spirit and matter, that this is really what I think all of us are being called upon to find a balance with. That it's not all about the mind and ideas and changing the way we talk and think. That's really important. But it's also being aware that our imagination, that the human imagination, has been contaminated with these pathogens. And it is through myth and stories and legends and these even ancient tales that actually Tolkien kind of distilled down, like thousands of years of ancient knowledge and language and so forth, that he was able to put that all into this story. And it awakens something in us as the men and women of the West, because myth comes, it's in your bones. I mean, it's embedded in your DNA.
Yeah. Yes, it is. And speaking of which, I we're celebrating tonight. I don't want to harp on things. I'm ready to tear down the walls of my house with my bare hands, Jason. And I have a part of my name is related to St. George's Cross, the flag of England. So this is a myth for the West, but specifically we know Tolkien wrote it for the British people. As you're speaking, I'm getting news from the chat, and I just tried this myself. When you type, I'm so angry I almost can't say this. When you type the English flag into the YouTube chat, it turns black. It's not letting us post the St. George's Cross. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, there you go. Mm-hmm.
We'll get
The
through this.
foe.
I don't
The
like
foe.
I said.
They know. They know.
Yeah.
That's
Just,
why they're attacking the images.
We're over the target, but
yeah.
So we have to stay in celebration mode tonight. I'll get over it, but it's just it's a kind of a heavy thing hitting me as we're live right now.
Well, what we know for sure, both from Jason's myth and from Lord of the Rings, is that evil destroys itself in the end. A vampiric force eats the life until there is no more life for it to eat.
Yeah.
So, as at the end of the Lord of the Rings, I mean, it is Gollum who, out of his, insanity and greed, takes the ring into the fires of Mount Doom. So it's that power shadow that I think we need to be aware of and address both personally and collectively. And the thing that really brings the people down in that story is hubris. That idea that I'm the best, I'm the greatest, I've got the thing that's gonna, fix everybody and fix everything, and it's all about me. Well, that is revealed to be false, first of all, and that's where we collapse on the inside. So first thing we have to look at is that power shadow on the inside, because we are now, we have all this technology available. I mean, literally, we have access to the equivalent of the Ring of Power. But are we going to use the technology we already have? Who is able to step up and say, okay, I've wrestled down my inner demons, and I'm not going to use this power to destroy and dominate. I'm going to use it to share with others to build a new world. To
be generative, as you said, when you did your episode on masculinity, because we did two separate episodes, one on femininity, one on masculinity. This has always stayed with me. I was thinking about this just today. Lord Lee, one of the ways that she defined masculinity is that it's generative, and that you generate prosperity and protection and all kinds of edifying elements for those around you. And we try to do that here. And I will say this, Laura Lee, I think you'll be pleased to hear that there are many people in the chat writing in Gandalf's words, "You shall not pass."
That's right.
They're apparently banning not the Union Jack, but the individual flags of the nations of Great Britain. I think not only England, as I mentioned, the St. George Cross, but if I'm seeing this correctly, Scotland and Wales as well. But you've laid it out, as you always do, in a very wise and sober way. This is why we love Laura Lee, and why you should check out her prior shows on tap and when she's back. But why don't you just tell people where they can find this great series of yours, and then we'll have to move on to our guests in the wings.
Sure. Well, if I could just say one more thing, and then I'll give you my info. That way, part of, or one of the main themes in Lord of the Rings is this idea of kingship that you just mentioned, Jared, and that the archetype of the king in a man who is a king is a man who has mastered his inner realm. And by virtue of that, he creates realms where life can grow. And what the two of you have done in these past 3 years is created a realm where something, I call it the Promethean spirit, has grown. And when there are kingly men establishing safe realms, then the queenly women will appear and join with the kings. And I know there's been women already on the stream today and more coming. And I see more and more queenly women coming forward, and I think it's because men like you and the other men you've had on today are carrying that archetype of kingship, and so it makes it safe for those of us women who feel like we can now step out and speak the truth. So thank you and bless you all. You can find my material at llelastrology-lotr.com. At least I think that's right. Maybe drop it in the chat.
Thank you for those words, and thank you for being a queenly woman yourself.
Oh, bless you all. All right. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you, Laura. You were splendid.
Okay, bye for now.
Okay, bye-bye. Well, yes, indeed. What a testimonial from what a magnificent woman. And we're going to jump right to our next set of guests. Folks, Hyrith is with us, and Lord Wolfshield, and Mama P is somewhere on the screen. There she is.
Oh, wow. I didn't know how you guys were going to pull this off. Look at this. We have friends together in real life. This is a beautiful thing.
Happy anniversary.
Yes, happy anniversary, guys.
Birthday, dear Tap.
There
you go.
Wow.
How cool is this? So you guys are having a little meetup IRL. How's that been going?
Right, yeah.
It's been awesome. We've had a great time.
So awesome.
Oh, and
I just flew in today, but I'm kind of tired, but it's been awesome. It's so great to finally meet these people that, I've been talking to for several years. Don't eat my hat, it's brand new. I had to buy a new fedora because I had to look my best.
We don't want Mama P to go eat it. We were talking about eating balloons before. This is kind of a theme of the show tonight: is eating objects you should eat. But before we go on anything else, let me just say, first of all, Hyrith, congratulations, Metamorphosis premiered.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, we have a new album in the au revoir, and we celebrate that tonight. There's so many wonderful things going on. So why don't you tell people about it for a moment, since we mentioned it?
Please.
Well, I just dropped my album yesterday, and it's my third album. It's called Metamorphosis, and you can find it on my Bandcamp or SoundCloud, and it should be up on most major platforms within the next week or so, including YouTube and stuff. But yeah, it's a concept album, and I've been working on it for about a year now, or a little over a year. And it was very experimental, but I think that the concept, well, it's about metamorphosis. So it's basically about self-transformation through introspection. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of taking that concept from nature and working it into, relative to our community. So,
but there's a theme that connects all the songs. So in that sense, a concept album. I heard you and Jeff talking last night on the White Art Collective special on it, that you used a lot of reverse the audio for certain effects and certain parts, and to kind of add to this, I guess it makes sense with what you just said, this introspection theme.
Yeah, it's about looking inward to find that inner light so that you can radiate it outward and create the vision of the world that you want. And if we all sort of do this as individuals and in a way that's harmonious with one another as a group, then we'll basically be unstoppable. We can create whatever vision for the future that we want. It's a better way to shape the future in that sense.
I like that as a striking cover image. And what are you all doing together? Are you able to go out to restaurants, do anything in public, or is it all just kind of homey, wintry things at Hyrith's castle right now? What can you share about your weekends together?
It's pretty homey. I mean, you know, we're not like under strict lockdown, so you can do stuff, but you have to wear the mask and everything like that.
I will not wear the mask.
Mama P won't have it though, so.
Mama P,
it really has been great to be
you're kind
together.
of part mask. You're kind of like made of mask.
Yeah, she is wearing a mask though. Whoa.
Whoa,
no, wait, no. Actually, no.
This is my
sometimes she wears the like a Zorro thing.
Wow.
Lord
Where's the
Wolfshield,
mask?
you just like do you just like pull the fedora down over your mouth?
Fedora mask over the mouth. Yeah. It's a true story. I've seen it.
But you're basically staying in a lot and just kind of hanging out, getting to know each other, and doing the home.
Yeah. So far, you know, we might venture out into nature a little bit tomorrow. So
yeah,
that'll be fun. We can go exploring. All of us.
Well, and I really want to say, I want to tell you guys how great it has been to meet, you know, face to face, because, you know, we think when we're online, we're reaching so many people, but there's really nothing like, you know, reaching one person at a time. And that's what's been, you know, so great about taking this amazing online community that TAP, you know, is a part of, you know, started, and, you know, making it real.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I kind of jumped into this sort of ethos about 3 years ago, you know, and TAP was kind of one of the first shows really that I got into, that kind of, you know, on my journey, you know, here. And you know, it was a major influence on me for sure.
That means a lot. I know it means a lot to Jason.
I think you guys remember, I used to like, I was in that chat all the time, super chatting you guys and whatnot.
I remember the name, and then it's very appropriate. It just so happened, we didn't plan this, everybody, but it just so happened that you all are doing this meetup and spending some time together, and it happens to be on the weekend that we're doing our anniversary. It's very fitting, isn't it, Jason? It
is indeed.
What he just said. It completes a circle, it feels like.
It does.
It really does. And like, I don't know, these people are like pretty much my best friends, really, when it comes down to it in the world. So it's awesome. It's awesome to finally get to hang out.
Yeah.
It's so great. That's so appropriate for this occasion.
Yeah, I'm glad we all got to come on here together. And this is your 3rd-year anniversary, correct?
Correct, yes.
Woo-hoo!
That's right.
What do you? We're taking a poll. We're taking a kind of an informal straw poll. What do you think that is in internet years?
Oh wow,
that feels like so long ago.
Internet years,
like that feels like 10 years ago to me. Like it's kind of crazy.
Seriously, yeah. Especially if you're looking at like, and it depends on the platform, because I think Twitter, we can all agree, is like, you know, that's
like soul sucking.
Well, Twitter years, it's like 20. It's like 20
exactly.
Twitter years. Right. Maybe even more. Who knows?
Like a black hole.
Yeah.
Twitter is kind of an emotional black hole. But yeah, Jason, I think that sounds about right. I think that 3 years of actual day-to-day life in internet years of doing a show, especially in our milieu and what we have to deal with, I'll go with Lord Wolfshield. I'll put it at double digits and say this is like a 10-year anniversary.
I agree.
On that?
You know, I've been doing this movie review show, which Hireth is my new co-host.
Oh, nice.
And I've only been doing that for like a year, but it feels, I don't know, feels like 3 years really. It's kind of crazy how the internet make things so much longer, really.
Yeah, it's about a 1 to 3. Yeah, Jason, I was just saying, do you sign off on that?
I do sign off on that.
Like a 10-year.
Do you concur?
Change the title to TAP 10-year anniversary, and then people will be looking for shows from 2011 and be like, what? What do you mean? They were on air in 2011.
Well, no, yeah. I mean, certainly for us, certainly for people like us who are in the white positive sphere, those in the white sympathetic spheres, who are incessantly attacked by the anti-whites. We are always on the run because this is the jungle. It's the law of the jungle that we're in. We're outside of that nursery room that we have created in Western civilization. But of course, the crib is on fire. But because of the fact that we are out in the actual jungle. It's the law of the jungle that it governs everything that we do, because the anti-whites will break every law, they will dilate every law, they will censor us from payment processors and every sort of platform you can imagine. And as you can see, it's getting much worse now, just exactly as we said it would with a Biden presidency. It absolutely does feel like we've lived several lifetimes. Think about how easy it would be if we were just doing makeup tutorials. You would never be vexed.
That's actually what Jason initially proposed to me that we do.
Yes. That's really. I thought
it was
makeup tutorial.
It was a close second, but we flipped it.
Mama wants me to show off. I have this CD.
Oh yeah, tell us about this.
It's Lord Wolfshield's Fedora Favorites featuring the music of Whack.
Hold on.
I put together this this collection of my top 20 favorite Whack songs for 2020, which was really
hold it up to the Lord Wolfshield. Hold it up to the camera again, please, because there you go. Yes, good, very good.
Yeah, that's me, and that's me and my Lady Wolf Shield on the front. I don't know. I thought it was kind of cute, but my personal 20 favorite Whack songs. I decided I wanted to compile into kind of like a best of the year kind of CD situation. Kind of give it some, have something that people can hold and kind of look back on, because I would like to do this every year, and it'd be kind of crazy. It's like in 10 years or 30 years of internet time, we'll look back, and it's like each year it's like gonna be kind of a cool retrospective thing to do, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can buy those.
That's a great idea.
You can buy those right now on the White Art Collective website for $15, and I'm splitting the profits with all the artists on it. There's 20 different artists, and
some of the money gets reinvested into the artistic community that created it.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, that's a exact kind of thing that we need.
Oh, and Jared George, you're on there. I forgot to. I don't know if you. His Jared George's song is on there.
You were kind enough to let me know about that. I appreciate
it. If you want to hear
top 20,
his song.
Thank you very much.
It's great. We finally got to hear your song. I've been bugging you for 3 years.
Yes. Finally got that aspect up and running.
Yeah, very, very well worth it.
When's another one dropping, huh?
Oh, it should be very, very soon. I had a weird January, but
don't want to give too much away, right?
Getting back on schedule. Yeah, there'll be a regular release schedule for anyone that doesn't know. Yeah, I'm actually mainly a musician and finally started regularly releasing music at the very.
And then very soon,
you're supposed to listen to it, not eat it.
Right.
But yeah, I have two songs out. I'm releasing not albums, but I'm putting out songs one by one, and there's 2 out right now, and there'll be more very soon.
Yeah, and they're awesome. So I recommend that anybody listening should check those out if you haven't already.
Thank you.
And so Mama was just bringing to my attention that I should bring this to your attention, which is it's my actual physical album. It's the self-titled. Nice. It's the first one I came out with, and it should be available very soon at the Wax store. So yeah.
And she signed it.
Woo!
Oh, nice.
Wait, you sign one? How do I get a signed one?
I'm never gonna watch it,
lady.
And those will be up on the website really soon. So
yeah, no, that's important. The physical stuff, the collection, like what you're doing, Lord Wolfshield, like Jeff has spoken about. It's not just artists creating. There needs to be the whole ecosystem of critique about it and different special editions and physical products.
This whole sort of movement can feel very immaterial. It kind of mostly just consists of like fuzzy people on YouTube. People want to like hold.
Am I
well, what I'm saying, what I meant by that was like bad camera quality. You know what I'm saying?
We're using my laptop.
Like not not like HD or whatever.
Using like a fancy camera.
we don't have red cameras or whatever.
I'm feeling a little fuzzy. I knew I should
want like this movement, this fear or whatever this ethos to kind of like feel real and you know.
Something
so I've been really pushing for CDs because that's something. A lot of us are even if nobody listens to it, like that's just kind of cool to have and like to collect each year, you know, and watch as our movement grows and the whole white positive sphere grows over time.
And you have like other snobs like me who are like, we should do vinyl. And then we look into it, and vinyl's like incredibly expensive to press and everything. So that's why we're like, we haven't done it yet.
I'm with you. No, I'm analog all the way. So I'll be a snob with you. We are keeping on schedule. I think our next guest is here. But just so you know, we don't want to encroach on your very important physical time together. But you certainly are welcome if you want to hop on, even if it's for 5 minutes. When at 11 Eastern, anytime thereafter, we might be on for a couple of hours. We're doing that radio show, that like informal radio show later. We're taking a break from 9 to 11. Just so happens that's when Jeff will be on White Art Collective on D Live, like we're saying. But I'd love to talk more, and it's very heartening to see all of you together. But we do have to pull ourselves away from you and get to our next guest. But do keep that in mind. We'll send you the link if you want to pop on later to the radio show.
Excellent. Sounds great.
Yeah, it was awesome to talk to you guys.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Happy
anniversary.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all so very much. It's magnificent, folks. Make sure you follow these people. These are some of the most magnificent musicians, talents, entertainers, thinkers, creative thinkers that you will find out there. This in the white positive sphere. Make sure you follow them, support them, financially gift them where you can, and where you can't, make sure you have a good word for them. Keep them going. That's what they're just human beings, but they are amazing human beings. And we thank you all for coming on and spending some of this 3rd anniversary with us here on Tap.
Thank you for having us. It's been a pleasure.
All right.
Thank you.
Have
a great time. It really is great to see all of them together, isn't it?
It really is. And now we have another magnificent guest, another beautiful, we all so many beautiful ladies today. And this one, brilliant as well, like the others. One, Sarah Dye. Welcome, dear sister. How are you?
Hello. Thank you. I'm doing well. I'm happy to be here, and happy anniversary.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Jason, I think it's better to go with what you were saying about birthday. You were like, I don't want to call it a birthday. It probably sounds better to say happy birthday to 2 guys than happy anniversary to 2 guys.
Oh, well, that's probably true. Happy birthday.
Oh, goodness. There's 2. Yeah, that's hilarious. I didn't think of that. But yeah, 3 years. That's quite an accomplishment.
Oh, boy. Yeah, it really is. And but we are ecstatic to have you on. And in fact, we had a question come in, and Jared was asking me behind the scenes here if there are any questions or financial gifts. And I took a look, and there are a couple, and we'll get to those maybe after Sarah. But there is one here specifically for you, Sarah, asking about spreading going free to Asatru community. The young lady is inquiring this of you. And she just left a letter here, J, for her name.
Interesting. Yeah. I think it's very important. I've actually met a couple of Asatruers through your show, through No White Guild. Having been on the show back in June, I had several people reach out, and I have been contacted by someone who's looking to get, I believe, Stephen McNallen and Matt Flavel potentially for an interview with you. So I highly recommend it. Absolutely. I certainly am a follower of Northern European native spirituality myself. And I feel like it's something that people should look into, as it is our roots, our culture, and our heritage. So yeah, absolutely.
Well, now you are, of course, you've rocketed to fame in the white positive sphere, and we don't care what the anti-whites think of you. When you decided to essentially just take a stand. You didn't back down against the anti-white attacks and what they brought against you and your family. And you're another great example, as we were talking about with James Edwards earlier, of how a healthy, a beautiful, and intelligent family of Western kind can respond to the pressure. And there are a lot of people out there, especially as things are getting increasingly heated across the West, certainly with the arrival of Biden and he unleashing potentially, everything I'm saying, of course, is subject to what CNN would say, but potentially the CIA or whatever it is. There's rests all over the Western world since Biden has taken office. If they're related, who knows? But then he's signing many executive orders and people are getting afraid. And you have maintained this equanimity, this stellar composure that is admirable. And I wonder if you might speak for a moment on what centers you and what centers your family as a whole in order to be able to weather those storms.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for the compliment. I'm glad that the outwardly appearance is very stable, and indeed it is on the inside as well. But I would certainly say that there are times when I have felt like very much torn down, and that's not something I like to be public about, because we never want our enemies to have the satisfaction of knowing that they're hurting us. Mm-hmm. So there's a certain point to that, but when things really start feeling tough, it's absolutely a truth for us that being close together as a family and living close to our land is what drives us in our truth, and also just recalling the memory of our ancestors, to be honest. I would absolutely say that that's been a very strong guiding force for me throughout this entire, it's almost been 2 years of these haters going after us. And when I think about what my ancestors have accomplished and all of the hardships that they have gone through, as difficult as this time has been for our family, it's nothing in comparison to the things that some of our ancestors have faced. And if it weren't for them, I wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't be a mother or a wife. I wouldn't be farming the land and, following my dreams and my goals as a human being, as a West woman, I should say. So yeah, honoring my ancestors and keeping them always in my heart, in my mind, and same with my husband. That's certainly been, a guiding light. I would also add that just all of the love and encouragement we've received from the White Wellbeing, White Positive community, in the form of help financially to fight back legally, in the form of letters who've come into my mailbox, handwritten with pen, somebody taking the time to sit down and write kind words and support. All of these things have contributed to it. And I mean, lastly, I would just say to my children, it's my children. I mean, I look at them, I have these three beautiful sons, and they're so bright-eyed and talented and strong and imaginative and healthy. And I look at them and I think, I mean, how could I not fight for you by telling the truth? By standing up and saying, no, we've done nothing wrong. We're not going to hide away. How could I not fight for them? And, what future do they have? We don't know yet, but we're going to try our best to carve out a prosperous existence for them as much as we can. So it's a little bit long-winded, but those are certainly some of the things that have guided us, I suppose.
No, it's not long-winded at all. It was absolutely perfect and beautifully delivered. It is, folks. What you're hearing there with every single word, I'm sure you could feel it as well, is love, and that's what animates us in service to white well-being. It's love for our people. It's love for our ancestors. Love for our history. Love for our children and the children yet to be. The children still in wombs. The children who are just no more than a twinkle in eyes of adults, maybe they haven't even met yet. But it's love that motivates us and animates us. And that's how you can see it truly in this third birthday of TAP. You can see a thread that works its way through everyone who is here, who is appearing, and the ones who shine the brightest They all shine, but the ones who shine the brightest are the ones who love the deepest. That's what motivates them. That's what makes their spirits beautiful. That's what keeps them stalwart when the anti-whites can bring all of the misery that they're able to inflict on those who would raise their voices and answer as they do in the Prometheus Rising, the call of the silver trumpets to do one's duty to our people. All of that hatred, all of that animus, all of that misrepresentation is something that only love could stand against. And so if you want to know how to make it through as times get tough, it's not going to be trying to run away and hide somewhere. It's not going to be to become the antagonist in the anti-white narrative and say very ugly things and play the villain in their story. No, it's going to be when you accept your role as the hero in our story, and you accept that it is truly love all the way from start to finish that is motivating you to take the steps to speak out. That's the only thing that will keep you. Love, there's nothing, and for those guys out there who they haven't come in touch yet with who and what they truly are, they really don't know what glory means or how to strive for it. They haven't felt their eyes moisten at the songs or the tales, the histories told of our greatest. They haven't felt that. They hear the word love and they think that somehow it's weakness. It is the exact opposite. It is the greatest strength there is in the human emotions. So you fire your passion with the love, as I said, for our ancestors, our brothers and sisters today, those children today, and those children yet to be. And you will find that you have limitless strength, that you have a smile on your face like James Edwards every single day. Folks, they decried him from the federal government. The highest of the Baptist church kicked his whole church, the national community, kicked his whole church out of the national community of Baptist churches. That the church decided to go with his family. I mean, they did everything they could to ruin these people. And it's been nothing but smiles and gratitude for the opportunity to have a life in which they could be a hero. And this lovely woman right here, her husband and her family, they're heroes. We need to remember that. We are going to be the ones who are going to keep these stories alive. And you damn well better believe that Sarah Dye, her husband and children, their names are getting pinned into those narratives yet to be written as some of our greatest. Sarah, what else would you like to add while you're with us today? It's always such a joy to have you on, and so many people absolutely adore you. You're one of the, when I travel and I meet with people in white sympathetic spheres, you're one of the names that people approach me most often with. In fact, before I even knew who you were or your message or what happened in your community and with your family, I probably heard about you 20 times. People came up in person and said, "Hey, do you know Sarah Dye?" And I said, no, wait, people keep asking me about it. She must be wonderful. What's happening? So what would you like to say, if nothing else, to all of those folks?
Oh, well, thank you. I mean, firstly, I want to say that's a huge honor. It's not one that I ever expected to have. It's not a position I ever expected to have. We've always just kind of minded our own business and been growing vegetables here on our little farm and raising our family. And I'm very grateful for those kind words, and I'm humbled and I'm honored. And I very much appreciate that people have helped share our story. I do believe that there's multiple ways that we have fought back. One of them is legally, as you know. You've been so gracious as to have me on the show a few times to speak about that. And the other way is to continue to put the word out, the word of truth, and to show ourselves and show who we truly are. And that is that's very much thanks to people like you guys who've had us on the show. And I wanted to say really quickly that there's a particular group of haters who's gone after us vehemently locally, and they are ironically they've named themselves No Space for Hate, and this is essentially an anti-white Antifa type of group, and they've dedicated an entire website to slandering me. And they recently wrote an extremely sensationalized article trying to again connect me guilt by association and this and that, And there's never a quote from me, there's never a behavior or an action from me or my husband that they can name or write about. They like to write about other people who we may have met in passing, or maybe we're friends with in the past or associated with. And they love to link some of the interviews that I've done. And they won't link to the interviews I've done, but they'll label the interviews, and then they'll lie about the interviews and say this, that, and the other was said in this interview, but they'll never link to the actual interview. They recently did that with the Mark Collette interview that I was on with you, Jason. And one thing that I think is very interesting is, one, not only will they not link the interview so that their followers can listen for themselves to what is being said, not only will they not do that, but they've never once linked a No White Guilt or a TAP interview, or even mentioned it. So I find that very interesting, and it's clear that they're terrified of anyone finding out that I've been on this show, because they know what will happen.
Have you back? We're just going to have you back soon.
Yeah, so I appreciate you guys having me on tonight, but I just think it's wonderful. I feel the love. I feel grateful. I got outside today into the greenhouse. There's still greens growing, and we're sowing for spring. The snow is a foot deep, and yeah, I heard you speaking earlier, Jared, about the blue skies and the crispy snow and the clean air, and I'm feeling all of that. And yeah, just very grateful for you all, and congratulations on your happy birthday celebration.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me on.
We wish you blessings in the spring as you prepare on the farm, and anyone who can support, please do so. Sarah's link is in her old episodes on theafterparty.tv. And as I said, we're going to have you on very soon. And speaking of how, we all have a common heritage and we're all distant cousins, I should tell you this. I showed my parents a little bit of your TAP appearance. As I said, Sarah's joined No White Guilt, the Going Free streams a few times to get people excited and, buoy and support what Jason does on that show. The first time we spoke to her on TAP, which was last June of 2020, she specifically really got into her history and her story and how she went from being a little more close to some of those Antifa people to now doing what she does now. It was really interesting to hear your whole arc. So I say that to mention anyone who wants to hear your story, please look that up. But also, because you're such a great example and you have that great energy that Jason spoke to, I showed my parents a little bit, and when my dad saw the thumbnail, he said, "Who is this woman that looks like my sister when she was younger?" And I was like, "Yeah, you do look like one of my aunts when she was younger." So yeah, one of my dad's sisters bear some resemblance to when she was younger. So there you go.
Well, you never know. You never know. Let's we'll chat more about that sometime. Perhaps we're related.
Wonderful.
Well, thank you so much for helping us celebrate again.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thank you guys so much, and we'll talk soon.
All right, Sarah. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye.
Wow, what a lovely lady. We're going to bring on the next marvelous guest, a man with a coruscating mind. And then he's going to, as I bring him on, the one and only Oliver Semog. He's going to hold tight for 1 second, as you can see him there, the wonderful gentleman he is. He's going to hold tight while I quickly jump over here and read that. Everybody break out your raucous emojis, because Rick has financially gifted over here on Entropy $50 US. Thank you so very much, Rick. And he writes, "Happy anniversary. Keep up the good work, Jason and Jared and all the wonderful guests." Well, thank you so very much, brother. Wild emojis for Rick Deckard. We also have Saint Harrison financially gifting $3. Thank you so very much. Happy 3rd birthday, guys. Here's to many more and success at the end. Well, thank you so very much. And Alt Rock Lover financially gifting $10 here on Entropy. Happy 3rd birthday to Jason. Well, I guess to Jared and No White Guilt. I wish you and our White Positive movement many, many more years of success and fruitful outreach to our lost brothers and sisters out there who've succumbed to the anti-white lies that abound in today's world. We have some more financial gifts over on Entropy, but we'll get to those after we bid our magnificent guest, Semog, adieu. Hello, dear brother. How are you?
I am very, very well, gentlemen. It seems the terrible twos are over. You're now officially three, and you're certainly very, very well dressed. I now feel, as I often do, underdressed. I think Jared's tie clip in particular lends exactly the right little touch there. I'm sorry that
it's just kind of floating in and out. It gets off screen here with the framing that we're on. But thank you. No, it's you do
very, very sharp.
Thank you. Everyone has their own style, so it wouldn't make sense if we were all dressed the same way. So
yes,
you do you, Oliver. We want you to be Semog. Just
right,
be Semog.
I can do nothing else.
Well, you've been a tremendous part of this program over the last few years. As I've said on other streams of ours, I haven't tallied it up, but you're definitely one of the people who has appeared the most on our show. Your thoughts and your various perspectives, your deep knowledge and your searching mind on all kinds of issues has really been a tremendous part of this show, as I said, and it's contributed to the richness and the depth. So I just wanted to thank you for that as well. I know a lot of people in the chat are appreciating your appearance right here as well. You're very well loved here, and we look forward to much more together.
Right on. Thank you very much. Well, I'm happy to give back, both to you and to Jason. Jared, you and I connected early on, and I had you on as a guest over on my side as well. But you guys have been really supportive of me, and by the same token, I've also put to use Jason's thinking in so many respects, in terms of his dialectics, or his lexicon, as it were, and I continue to just get endless mileage out of applying that, and continuously see how useful it can be in dealing with all of the how shall I put this, all of the ugly problems out there, and so if I can appear on your show and come back and share some of my ideas, thinking about it, I am in fact trying to do my part, because Jason's thinking has been articulated, put into book form, and made available. It's encapsulated, it's pill-sized. I mean, you can chew on it for as long as you want, depending on what aspects of it you want to think about, but it's fairly straightforward to take it and swallow it, so to speak, in terms of making it a part of your approach and how you analyze things and how you deal with things. I, on my part, am now trying to get to that point where I can articulate my own ideas. We've talked a bit, Jared, you and I, about the signs and the marks aspect, and I still have some hurdles to get it, baked in the oven to the point where it's properly done. But inspired by what you guys have done in large part, I'm trying to put that together and apply it myself. So I'm happy to have been a guest on this channel. I've gained a great deal from it, and I'm glad that your guests are happy to see me here. I'm happy that everyone's happy.
Yeah. One of the wonderful things about these streams is that over time, we, in a way, workshop these ideas together. So what you were just speaking to, our first guest tonight, who kicked us off, John Bruce Leonard, of course, he and I now do a show together called Learning in Public. And what Oliver was referring to is about a month ago, Oliver was our first guest of 2021, and we spoke about this work he's doing in signs and marks, and how he's kind of proving that there's meaning in the world, and that there's been this war on meaning, and it's gotten us all off kilter and caused all kinds of confusion. And there is some parallel, as we spoke to on part of that show, with Jason's work, and a clip was made about that. You might have seen on Jason's channel. He made a clip of that on his channel. So there's all of this cross-pollination, cross-pollination of ideas. No one, and I say this especially to people who might be thinking of contributing in their own way, whether it's by doing a podcast or a stream or something maybe entirely different than that. No one, especially young guys, might sometimes feel like they have to have some grand theory of everything before they make their very first video or make their very first website post. And the thing is, this is a rolling endeavor. We're all still learning together and sharpening each other together. That's part of why jumping into this and being public in this and making friends and colleagues, speaking for myself, like the two gentlemen you see on the screen right now and so many others tonight and all of you in the chat, is I'm learning with you. We're all learning together and we're making each other better. And that's what this is all about. So you're a great person to do that with. All the people on tonight are in their own ways. But we've had a particularly fruitful relationship with you. I mentioned anecdotally too, just in the spirit of the birthday show and keeping it light and celebratory and a time to pour on some accolades. I mentioned Sarah, who was just on, this little anecdote, how my dad remarked that she looked a little like his sister, one of my aunts, when she was young. I like saying aunt, but the part of the country I grew up in, most people say aunt, but now that kind of sounds grating. You're both in the South, and you probably say aunt, right? Aunt. I think that sounds a little classier.
I'm sorry to have to disappoint you, particularly as I agree with you in this case. For someone to say aunt, I just went to see my aunt. But
it's
yes,
more nasal.
Yeah, but sadly, it would be my Aunt June.
Yeah, so I'm in the habit of saying aunt, and I don't want to sound affected and kind of stick out in the region I live in, but I kind of want to say aunt more. I like that. But at any rate, my dad was saying that Sarah looks like a little like one of his sisters. So speaking of my dad, also, I should say briefly, just the other night, I was visiting over at my parents', and my dad was like, somehow you came up because he's watched some of the shows with you, and he's like, I like Oliver a lot. He's one of my favorites. So you're high up on my dad's list.
A man of discriminating taste.
Yes.
Tell him that that just as it stands, given the good work he's done with his loin fruit, if I may say so, that I like him as well. He has gifted the world with your presence. So he gets 5 stars straight out of the gate as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I take that as a high compliment. Well, and he'll smile at that. He's got a good sense of humor, and he'll appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. So what are the coming years hold? What are the new projects on the horizon? What is this is the 3rd year. This is sparks flying and hammers hitting metal and folding and refolding the steel to drive all the particles of carbon out to form a razor edge, to drive the message forward, to continue to reach people. What does the future hold for you two?
Well, Jason and I actually, funny you mentioned it, we purchased a small island in the Atlantic, and we're going to be reinstituting Atlantis.
Yeah.
Nice. The time has come, right?
The time has come.
Not a big ask.
That's a little project. It almost slipped my mind, but Jason, I'm glad Oliver reminded me to mention that.
Yes, exactly. We have all the architectural work to look at, all their papers, their blueprints. There's a lot to get done with that. So it almost escaped my memory as well. Atlantis re-envisioned, brought back out of the waves. I've got it. It's what?
Taplantis.
I like that. I was going to say the Semog was like a very like out in the universe for me. He was like this very distant, very remote quasar. Every now and again, he came back around, and it was just like this blinding, highly radioactive light that has somehow escaped black holes and just scorched its way across the universe. And I was just like, we really should reel this guy in. We should really. I mean, this is some power coming out of this quasar. So let's reel him in and see what happens. And sure enough, the power continues to grow. We're so happy that Semog is putting his shoulder into the good work, the love, hope, and redemption, and service to white well-being. It is thrilling to draw talented, intelligent, mature adults. Finally. It's been so many years for me in the white sympathetic spheres, as we now refer to them, because we are the positive ones. We're the white positive sphere. It's been so many years of having to deal with a lot of riffraff, and now to finally begin to accrete some truly valuable leaders of Western kind is truly heartening. And whatever plans that Mr. George and I have for the future. I know that Semog is going to be playing some sort of role in all of that, and his, as I say, his core skating mind will as well contribute undoubtedly. I have no doubt whatsoever in every way he can possibly contribute. Well, for you, brother, what do you have on the horizon? And then we're going to have to let you go and jump on to our next guest, but please do.
And let me just jump in quickly on the immediate horizon. Unless your plans have changed, you might be joining us on the It's Late Night Somewhere radio style stream later tonight, right?
Yes, indeed.
Right.
I would be happy to. I'll let my hair down. I'll put on a smoking jacket and a pair of comfy old man slippers, and pour myself a scotch and pull the microphone in close. Yes,
jacket. See, now you're talking my language.
Absolutely. I actually have
my preppy style.
I have a bit of formal attire. I just never put it on anymore since the world was nuked by this. Yeah, well, let's not even go into that. For the future. As you guys know, I've put together a sci-fi book that I've been working on for quite some time, but it was before I was, let's say I was never blue-pilled, but I was never fully red-pilled either. And so there are a number of ideas that I would like to explore in fiction. But at any rate, I had done a sci-fi book, and I am outlining a new one. I am working, as you both know, since you've been kind enough to talk about it in the past, on this book on semiotics and nationalism, going into these aspects of writing. Like I said, trying to do my part for marking and signs in space in order to fix them so that they can better orient people. I'm trying to do what Jason has done with language in terms of trying to fix these terms, to remove this merry-go-round of meaning that is constantly unleashed upon us whenever we try to find our way through the labyrinth. I'm trying to do with Marx in space what he has done with words, lexicon, and dialectics, argumentation, and all the rest. But I have another project. I need to get focused, but part of getting focused is to get through this last one that's been lingering. I've been working on it literally for 10 or 15 years. It's a translation from Ottoman, and it is a book written by a Circassian Mamluk slave who in the 19th century went up into the Caucasus Mountains, actually right around 1864, which was when the Russians finally took the Western Caucasus. The Eastern Caucasus, after like a 50-year battle or more, had fallen in like 1858 or 59. In 1864, the West fell. And at that point, it was like the last moment when a set of traditions that stretched across the Eurasian steppes, it was the last moment that material continued to survive in that place. And I have reference to how they use clan signs, clan markings, brand signs, marks on their saddles and weapons, on their banners, how they understood, how they represented themselves in a society that didn't have strong literary traditions. So, and because 1864 was the like final moment before they fully fell underneath Russia's might, everything that they did there, because it was so traditional, it was like the medieval ages, or going back much, much further to the period of the Sarmatians or even the Scythians. And it's traditions that are across the steppes, again, for tribes and clans that don't have a bunch of writing, but they use marks to organize their society. And so this Mamluk slave had come from Circassia. He was a Zeduk. And he was taken down to, and it's a kind of slavery that was a bit different. The Circassians would sell themselves into slavery to have better prospects and go south and become valued. It was much more like the classical world, and sometimes it was pretty bad too. He got sent back by his master, who was known as a very, very famous breeder of horses. In fact, this same Arab emir or pasha, who I guess I should say emir, the same one who sent him north to do this research, to return to his homeland, to look into marks and signs and brand marks, that same guy, he later in life, when he was doing very badly, he sold his Arabian horse stud And it became the Wilfred and Emily Blunt stud that now is the foundation of all the bloodlines of the most famous Arabian horses and racing horses in the West. Anyway, that same guy earlier in his career, before he fell on hard times and had to sell his horses, he sent his Mamluk slave from the Caucasus back up to the Caucasus at this very last moment. And while he was there, he was charged with taking down the marks and signs of the different clans and groups. And so this book is like a little time capsule written by someone from the tradition in question at the very last moment before those traditions fell before the Russians, encapsulating in the stories that are associated with each mark how they were used to distinguish different groups, to identify families, to indicate relationships between families, and the way in which stories accreted to a given mark that was like a memory sign as well as a symbol. So given that you guys understand my interest in branding, you understand how I'm looking at semiotics and the rest, this for me is very, very interesting because it's a place called the Caucasus, correct or incorrect for reasons that it can't entirely be dismissed. It's been associated with the origin of the people now called Caucasians. We now know that it probably came from further east, but the area there by the Black Sea littoral is like a homeland from the steppes there above the Black Sea. And so we have traditions that go back with very little difference from everything that we can see.
And I'm sure, as it sounds like, related to what we often talk about, where there's a war on meaning, and all of these signs and marks relay that there's a world laden with meaning, and that if you usurp that, chaos ensues, which we spoke about on your January 2019 episode. The House of Undying Ghosts is what Jason gave it, a very provocative title. Go listen to that. If you, hallmarks and the house, physical house as a technology, and the house as a family and passing on traditions. That was a top-notch tap episode with Oliver, and something we can talk more definitely about. We look forward to the work, and I think we have our next guest, though. We're going to have to just keep on schedule, but we'll see you in a little bit, a few hours for the radio show. It's late night somewhere.
Excellent. Sounds very good, gentlemen. As always, very good to see you, and happy 3rd birthday.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going from one hero and crowd favorite to another serious crowd favorite. Everybody has nothing but good things to say about Slav, who is with us. Squatting Slav. How's it going, brother?
Going great, guys. Happy birthday to the show. Pleasure to see you guys again so soon.
Yes, you were on just a few weeks ago.
Yes, I was. Feels like it was yesterday, actually.
Well, how are you? Has anything changed up in the Great White North since we've last spoken?
Nothing's changed. I was a little bit sick last week, actually, for the first time in a long time. I might have actually had COVID because quite a few people in my immediate circle had it. They actually had the PCR test done and tested positive. I never had it done. So I'm not sure. I mean, I could have possibly had COVID or just a flu. Either way, if it was COVID, it was minor. It lasted 3 days. The symptoms were very weak. I just had a very, very slight fever. No coughs, just flu-like symptoms, feeling a little bit weak and dizzy. And here I am, still alive. Just a couple of vodka shots and killed it right off.
Nothing's going to kill Slav.
Very Serbian of you. A couple vodka shots, kill it right off. I love that. When are we taking a trip over to Serbia so you can show us your homeland?
We got to go ASAP, guys. I mean, I want to go in the next couple months, obviously. Depending on the climate with this whole COVID thing. But yeah, definitely, we need to go soon, like before things in this world go for the worse and we're not able to travel, without a vaccine or something. So let's go.
We have to hide out cargo ships, Jason.
Well, yeah, exactly. To be able to travel the world. Hey, if they can cross borders when there are other races of man, then I'm sure we can find a way to cross borders. I guess as long as they don't catch us, because if they catch us, they're not going to be kind to us. They're not going to welcome us right in. But every time that Slav comes on, I I really feel like booking my flight. I don't know what the deal is. He's just like, come on by. We're going to go hang out with the grizzly bears. Maybe we run from them. Maybe we run at them. I don't know what it is. Maybe we take the salmon right out of their mouths because that's what the good Slavs do. And of course, everybody knows who watches regularly on Going Free. I've said here a couple times as well. I have the genetic heritage of all of Western kind coursing through my veins. It's primarily the Germans, Scandinavians, and English, but it's the Slavs, all Russia, all Central and Eastern Europe, Southern Europe. It's all there, and so maybe that's why I feel this. I just want to head right on out, and we're going to go have fun. But this is a guy, and he shared something that I would like him to just maybe just briefly touch on again, and that is he has lived out in the wilderness, and it's not easy, even for a tough person like Squatting Slav. And I would like him to just maybe speak for a minute to those who are thinking, rather than embracing our people, embracing going free, and a solid future with a practice that works, this idea that they're going to just somehow hide, and that, in fact, life in the wilderness is tough, and that you still have to make trips to civilization to get the things you need. But please, Slav, go right ahead.
Well, as I stated in the previous show, people in our circles especially romanticize this idea of, leaving the city, running away from routine life, moving into the wilderness, somewhere in the bush, farming, doing their own agricultural practices, hunting, this and that. And that's all fine and great. I mean, I fully encourage something like that, but it's not always as easy and streamlined to make that transition as people think. I mean, when you're in my case, at least, I was living in the middle of the bush, literally on the last telephone line. I had to have satellite internet because there was no Wi-Fi. The closest neighbor was maybe 5-6 miles away. The closest town was 30 miles away. So yeah, I was in the dead of the bush, and it was me versus the elements. Whether it was minus 30 outside in the winter and everything was frozen over, or whether it was summer and there were hordes and hordes of mosquitoes attacking me when I went to take a pee outside. So you're up against the elements, and life up there isn't always as easy as people think it is. There's a lot of problems that you'll encounter on a daily basis. Things are constantly freezing, malfunctioning, this and that, and you're pretty much at the mercy of Mother Nature. So to anyone who plans these type of things, especially to that extreme, I'd say maybe go rent a cottage somewhere out in the countryside or in the forest, spend a few days and see how you like it. Go in the winter and then go in the summer again and see if it's for you. Feel it out first. Don't move there after spending days and days at your local Starbucks, thinking that you're going to be able to take down a moose and kill a grizzly bear. It just doesn't work like that. But yeah, you can definitely live a great life in places like that if you're the type of person that's ready for it. But once again, it absolutely isn't for everyone.
Yeah, very well said. And that's coming from the mouth of somebody that there's no doubting that Slav is a man's man. I mean, this is not some sort of limp. Well, I won't even say the rest of that. I was going to be talking about somebody's wrists, but I wouldn't even. This is obviously a man's man, and so when he says it's tough out there, it's actually tough. So there are a lot of people who romanticize, and it's a very important message that Slav is sharing there, folks.
On that note, can I just share a quick comment in the chat? So Alt Rock Lover said Squatting Slav could be a Marvel superhero. So I guess
he is one. What do you mean?
and he's obviously doesn't mean the Marvel that Hollywood is putting out now, the crap. He means what Marvel should be. He means what Marvel should be.
Yes.
So take it as a high compliment, my friend.
Thank you very much. Yeah, maybe that wouldn't work out nowadays since I am a cis straight white male,
Well, Jason and I have plans to start an alternate media empire called Vol Hollywood instead of Hollywood. So we'll make a superhero movie with you, maybe in 20 years when we have the right ecosystem for that whole business. We're getting there, one stream at a time.
Wouldn't that be great to cast our own folks in movies that we be watching. We're just one Mr. Pie donor away from being able to start our own movie empire. PewDiePie, that is, Mr. Pie. Bring him on, and it's Slav. Who would you like to play in history if you got an opportunity to be in a movie?
If I say these things online, I'm afraid your show will get taken down. So
aside from those,
man, I couldn't even tell you. But someone that I have a lot of respect for, as I've mentioned in the past shows, is obviously Nikola Tesla. You know, a great Serbian inventor. Maybe I'm a little bit too big to play him, and my mustache isn't as good. But you know, I can lose some weight. I'll lay off the donuts.
Yeah, you're kind of a method actor thing. We'll get you the right trainer to get you to look a little more like Mr. Tesla.
That would be great. I mean, that cage that he. What was the cage that he? I could just see Slav standing in the middle of that cage with all of the electricity coursing around it, lit up like dawn. That would be magnificent. We definitely have to have Slav back for some more shows, and we're going to.
I could also see you playing an ancient Roman gladiator, Slav.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I was actually go ahead, Slav.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, a gladiator. Maybe I would have to hit the gym a little bit harder than I am right now. I've been slacking a little bit for the last week since I was sick. So yeah, if I get into shape again, I'll entertain the idea.
Or we'll have our people call your
OnlyFans as well.
Of course, Slav still appears true to his reputation. He makes sure to defeat whatever illness he had. Could have been COVID, but who knows? We'll let CNN tell you if Slav had COVID. And whatever it is, he made sure to defeat it so that he was here in time to celebrate the 3rd birthday of the after party. What a magnificent champion he is. Any final thoughts, brother, before we let you go?
To everyone out there watching this show, keep your heads up, keep your spirits high. Keep in mind that history tends to repeat itself. You know, we have periods of calm and periods of turbulence. This is nothing special that's going on right now. It's a fabricated sort of negative energy that's being spewed at us. So keep your heads high and your spirits high. Live healthy, live smart, and you'll do great. And to you guys, keep up the amazing work with the show. And I hope to see you guys many, many more times in the future. And obviously, hope to meet you as well and take you to Serbia one day as well.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna film streams from. We'll do going free streams and tap streams from Serbia. It'll be magnificent.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Thank you, man. Thank you for helping us celebrate, and we will definitely speak soon.
Definitely. Cheers, guys. Shout out to everyone in the chat as well. Cheers.
Promethean cheers, brother. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Boy, that was fantastic, Jared. Now we've traveled to the far white north, where all things are white and beautiful as a consequence. But now we're going to take a trek across the giant Pacific Ocean. We're going to bring in another mind that coruscates like one wouldn't believe. Sagacious gentleman. And when I bring him from behind the curtain, he's going to hold tight for a quick moment while I read out some of these financial gifts. I'll bring him forward, but he's going to sit tight. And he is the one and only Lovely Porch. Sit tight, brother. We have Joseph financially gifting over here $1. Thank you so very much. And he writes here, the anti-whites used, the word anti-white was used on Fox News by Heather McDonald. Well, thank you so very much for letting us know that we are reaching into all of the crevices like a vapor of healing and renewal throughout Western civilization. And they're going to start doing it and following our lexicon, because we are going to use our wills to make it happen. We also have the Florida Westman financially gifting $5. Thank you so very much, brother. And he writes, happy 3rd birthday, Tap. Long live White Wellbeing. Much love. Well, thank you so very much for that. And with all of that love, I turn now to the one and only Lovely Porridge. I didn't even mean to do that. Things just work out well in the white positive sphere. Brother, how are you doing?
Great, doing great. How you going, guys? Thanks for inviting me to your party. I'm doing really well, and I can see you're going really well. You've had lots of great guests on, and all our friends in the chat are having a great time too. Actually, they're having such a great time. I'm wondering if squatting Slav has supplied them with some of that fine Russian vodka. I don't know. Happy birthday to Tap. Each year it's getting better and better, and it's great that we can all come together to celebrate that. But it's also good to keep in mind that we can't really do this in real life. It'd be nice if we could all get together in the same room and carve up a birthday cake, but we can't do that. And the reason is all our guys are on these weird bloody diets. One guy will be complaining about fluoride, and some guy can't have wheat, and someone says cherries have estrogen. So I'll tell you what, guys, if we ever do finally meet up one day, it's going to be bring your own bone broth and nut milk and green smoothies, because
you can make me a nice glass of water.
You can have non-fluoridated water, and we'll all toast to White Wellbeing. How does that sound?
Amen, brother. Amen.
Let me tell you something. If I was in the same room with all of you that have been guests tonight, and we were celebrating some kind of milestone, I think I would eat anything that night. So you have to know when to make an exception.
Yeah, we have a lot of different people. So if anyone tells you white people need diversity, well, no, we've got too much diversity, if anything. If you get 5 people together, you'll have 30 different diets. So
true.
Anyway, it's good to be here. Hello to all the commenters as well. And yeah.
Oh yeah, we're having a great time. As Jason was saying earlier, you can feel the shining love from the hearts and minds of all of the guests who have been on, and the chat is having a fantastic time. Even though this kind of show, being especially a big anniversary stream, we gave it a little more of a push promoting it, and I had a longer time frame of promoting it. Everyone's having a great time. Maybe we're in our last hour, so I hope this isn't speaking too soon. But aside from just a couple of very brief ne'er-do-wells, we haven't had any trouble in the chat. It just goes to show the kind of community that's been formed here, the kind of people that this attracts. So you're spot on with that. We're just having a great time tonight.
Yeah, every year it gets better, and every year it becomes more important for us to get together, and people realize that what you guys have to say is more important and more relevant with each year, because, I mean, there's just so much that has changed in the world since you've started TAP. I think a lot of guys would agree that the last 3 years have been more dramatic than maybe anything in our lives in regards to the changes in the world, and especially in regards to anti-whites. There's so much anti-white garbage you can't even keep up. And the rhetoric now is nothing like it was just a few years ago. In the last couple of days, you had that school principal sending home a letter asking white families, what type of whites are they on a scale from terrible, being white supremacist, to being acceptable whites, which is white abolitionists. So, they're saying to these school kids that the acceptable way for them to be white is if they are actively seeking to abolish their own people.
Yes.
So this is very different to asking kids to be tolerant and understanding of each other. It's telling kids that there is one culture, one people that needs to be eradicated. It's all about hatred for one people. But that's kind of them exposing how they really feel about us. They've always felt the same, but now it's getting a lot more hot.
We did a whole special on that. If anyone's interested in that topic about schooling in particular, even going down, it's a little upsetting, but it's stuff that we need to know about, even going down to preschool, toddler level. Parge had done some studies on this and made his own video in the summer. And then I believe it was early July last year of 2020 that we did a TAP. He's been on TAP a few times, but on that TAP in particular, we focused on what Parge was finding about the schooling. So a very sobering episode.
Yeah.
But the silver lining in it is that the mask has fallen, and even people that weren't thinking about this, it's now in their face. When you're a parent and you get that kind of a letter, any healthy person is going to look at that, even somewhat semi-healthy person is going to look at that and say, something is not right here. Something needs to change about this. Jason, don't eat any balloons. We had a whole thing before about
Oh, no.
Parge, I don't know if you know, but Jason has this strange habit of trying to eat balloons sometimes.
No.
Well, if it's for the super chats and that money's going to a good cause, I say gobble them up.
It has to be quite a price, Porridge, quite a price. Something that could fund us for the rest of our lives.
I don't know who the local decoration shop is around where Jason lives, but I think he keeps them in business. He's putting their kids through college because every time he's got something to put on that wall.
Very festive. Very festive.
Yes, well, we have a couple of these dollar stores around here. There's Five Below and then the dollar store, and everything there is on the cheap. So we keep them in business, but and it enables us to have a festive time in here. So, indeed,
yeah, it's true, Porridge. You're right. Jason knows how to mark every occasion. He doesn't miss a beat with that.
No, it's good marketing, I think.
Well, we have to listen. I mean, this is, and one of the things that is so beautiful about Porridge, folks, is that you can tell by listening to this guy. And this is there are, and I'm not just whistling Dixie. If I were, I'd love it. But I'm not just whistling Dixie when I say that the Porridge has a scintillating mind. You notice that there are folks who are very intelligent and yet totally unapproachable to speak with, and they can't translate their intelligence into a congenial conversation. But Porridge does that. Porridge was like this rocketing to the stratosphere individual on YouTube, and then right away, like Tall Poppy Syndrome, the anti-whites decided to clip the wings off of this eagle. And so he has had to start all over. It was just like we were talking about with Elenia earlier in the birthday party today. And Porridge is another great example, other side of the world. And we are, though, as a people, drawing the best out of these white sympathetic spheres, and we're drawing the best out of some of the more distant. I mean, you think about somebody as magnificent as Sarah Dye. She was actually an anti-white who called herself Antifa before coming to White Wellbeing. Think about that. Think about where she was. But Porridge is able to show up and deliver very insightful and prescient ideas, predictions, etc., in a way that is approachable, in a way that is comfortable. And he's a great guy. And if you're not following him, you should as soon as possible over at is it Ruination Media now, Porridge? Is that the name of your channel on YouTube? Ruination Media? Ruination something like that.
Sorry, I dropped out. Sorry.
It's okay. Ruination Media? Ruination. What is the name?
Yes, that's right. Okay. And at the moment, you were just mentioning censorship. Yeah, I can't upload at the moment because I've had 2 videos removed. So I'm waiting them to clear off before I can upload again. But as I say to people, if you drive a forklift, then bring White Wellbeing to forklift drivers because you can speak to them better than anybody else. If you're an intellectual, then bring it to intellectuals. So it doesn't matter what industry or what type of person you are, the best person to speak to your fellow kind is you. So that's what I've always tried to do, is kind of speak to people on my own level. And I like things to be clear and simple. And so that's the way I try to speak.
Well, you are one of our very best, and we deeply appreciate you. And we deeply appreciate you showing up today for our 3rd birthday of TAP.
Let me just add one quick thing. Very Aussie of you to be so plain spoken. And I should say, like Elenia, the wonderful woman from Italy that you saw before a couple of hours ago, Porridge is another contributor to the Folk Coffee Table book, and he specifically wrote about the Australian people. So please check out his work there as well. But with that, I think we need to get to our next guest. And Parge, thank you so much for helping us. You've been a tremendous part of this show, been on many times. And again, we thank you for your contributions, and we look forward to doing a lot more with you.
Thanks, guys. I always love speaking to you, and I look forward to when we speak again. So happy birthday, and I'll talk to you later.
Thank you, brother. All right, folks, that was the one and only Lovely Porridge. If you don't know the name and the man, you should absolutely. And before I bring on our next, we're coming back across the Pacific Ocean. This is light speed. This is how good we are. Back to stateside, somewhere, who knows exactly. I just want to say this. We may have mentioned, or some of our guests may have mentioned, stories that we have seen in the news and or heard elsewhere, seen on social media. And all of that is subject to CNN. And whatever CNN has to say about those things, those are the authorities on it. And I encourage you to go look to CNN or MSNBC to get the truth about any of the stories that were discussed. And with that, I bring on a gentleman we haven't had, a wonderful, dignified gentleman we haven't had on in quite a little while. It has been too long. One and only Josh. Welcome, brother.
Happy anniversary, guys. 3 years going strong. Thanks for having me on. Congratulations.
Thank you. Nice to see you. It's nice to see you, my friend. And
nice to be seen.
You have some big news. You have a labor of love you've worked on for a long time. That's a nice loud ring.
Sorry.
It's
Keeps catching me by surprise. I'm not used to people wanting to talk to me, so it's like it happens. I'm like, oh God, who is this?
Well, join the club. No. You've written other books before, but you have a big project that was kind of brought together a lot of your thought. We're going to have you on to talk about that in particular. I'm about to check it out, but we like to celebrate milestones and accomplishments and all the art and culture and thought that people in our spheres are producing. So why don't you tell us a moment about your recently published book, American Extremist?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. I have a book published by Imperium Press. They are a very fine publishing outfit. They've published Chris Bond's Nemesis, Dennis Bouvard's Anthropomorphics, and then a host of classics, the Iliad, the Ancient City, and there's many other books they're going to publish this year. But inaugurating 2021, they published My American Extremist, The Psychology of Political Extremism. And it's, I've said this on other shows. I said this to Millennial Woes, and I don't think it's just me, blowing hot air. I think it's a huge book. I think it's a very important book. I think it's going to bring a lot of attention to Imperium Press. And I specifically... I'll be careful how to say this. It's a very even-handed, fair book, but I wrote it specifically with the intent of validating a lot of the positions and arguments that we take. So it's not,
really a wider audience in mind, you would say. Yeah,
I mean, it's not like a cucky centrist argument in the book where it's trying to appeal to fence sitters and moral cowards, but it's a very, I think. But it's also not like a polemic. I'm not like raging out against SJWs and libtards and talking about blue-haired people and low-hanging fruit. It's it takes on the American empire. It takes on neoliberalism and capitalism, left-wing and right-wing. And those are topics I think we all spend a lot of our energy focusing on critiquing. But it's not just a critique. I also end it with some constructive, if not totally practical, kind of recommendations about where we would go next. So I think it's, I've compared it to Capitalist Realism by Mark Fisher. I don't think I'm being an egomaniac in saying that. I think it's going to draw a lot of positive attention. It already is, I should say. It's the fastest selling book that Imperium Press has released so far.
Cool. Big congratulations on that. How long did it take you to write that? And like, what kind of thing went into it? And did any of you were known, of course, for doing a lot of cultural commentary on music and films. We've talked a little about, does any of that play into it, or is it, or those kind of separate spheres?
No, it's 100% political psychology. Something I in writing the book, I had a little bit of whatever the opposite of an identity crisis is, like an identity validation. Because I came into this a couple of years ago, and to put it politely, somebody with my academic background not too warmly received in right-wing circles, and understandably so. I'm not saying that people are wrong to be skeptical, and that's actually something I addressed in the book. Like, academic psychology has been a total disaster over the last 100 years on many levels, and so the social sciences have a lot to answer for. They've been, I don't know, kind of the handmaiden of the social decline that we've seen over the last 100 or so years. So that's my heritage academically. Got to own up to that. But it took the whole lockdown, basically February, March until September, and then edits wrapped up around December. So it was almost a full calendar year to write.
I don't know if you heard lovely Parge from Australia on a few minutes before you, but he was saying that anyone, very wisely, as he likes to put things very plainly and straightforward, that as he put it, if you're a forklift driver, you bring this to your fellow forklift drivers. If you're an intellectual, you bring this to your intellectual friends and circles. And so I actually think it's very valuable. You know, you and I have spoken about this a lot on past shows when you hosted me on your channel and when I hosted you on my channels and streams. You and I both share that. And I think that there's probably more people here like that than many would first realize. That in certain ways, I don't want to speak out of turn here, but in certain very general sketch silhouette ways, if you wrote down certain bits of biographical information on paper, you might think that we would tend more towards the leftist progressive side, right? Mm-hmm. And it's extremely important to have, vital, I would say, to have people like that involved in this as well, because you need that enmeshment, that knitting of all types of personalities and intelligence levels and life experiences to create this mosaic where we have something robust here. And no matter how someone else tries to attack it or deconstruct it, we can say, no, we've thought about that, or we have these kinds of people who come from that background, and they're still able to arrive at this, and they're still able to square it and balance it with these other aspects of their life. And it's not this inconsistency. It's not just these backwoods people who are fighting this inevitable march of history, because that's the line that a lot of the people who are against us take, is that we're just kind of the backwash and the kind of the last remnants of this way of being that's inevitably dying and going the way of the dodo. But clearly not the case.
No, in fact, it's the total opposite. And the whole pessimism, I mean, I understand why people feel that way. And in a certain sense, in a motivational sense, I can understand why people get kind of riled up about that to maybe call attention to our causes and our concerns. But I mean, we're not going anywhere. Like, think of all of the tragedies and crises that the European peoples have been confronted with over thousands of years. The idea that we're going anywhere is just laughable. And, in some sense, it's in maybe just speaking for myself personally, it's in moments of what seem like total calamity, just dire straits, that our best work is done. Again, like this book, in the middle of a lockdown, as the whole country is being set on fire. I had just lost my job and my livelihood, and this work came out of it. And I think it's only the beginning of a very fruitful time in my life. And I know that's been the case for a lot of people dealing with the events of the world over the last year and a half. So look, I see no reason to be pessimistic. I think there's a lot of very, very good things in our future. So, and this is just one of them.
You're not alone. You're certainly not alone. In fact, it's been a big theme in other streams and certainly tonight.
Yeah, we're really excited, folks. If you have not heard of Josh before, we're really excited about his contributions. And he is another one of those upstanding individuals and he's real as well. He's a real human being. He's not a robot.
I can vouch for that, actually.
Mr. George can vouch for that. But if you want him to be a robot, I mean, that's your thing. But otherwise, he's a normal human being. And please do avail yourself of his assiduous work on this book. And we'll have to take a look at that as well very soon, brother. We really appreciate that. Any thoughts else that you would like to share? And thank you so much, by the way, for stopping by for our birthday. It is magnificent. And also to have someone call you as soon as you appear when you're sure that no one will call. Thank you so much, though. But what else would you like to share with us, brother, before we have to let
I might be having some slight technical issues here.
We might have some issues. So while Josh reviews his potential issues, we will get raucous emojis out.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Sorry, I'm having some technical issues.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
I will get your raucous emojis out while Josh works on his technical issues. As soon as I start talking about robots, it breaks. The system breaks.
There's just been so many delicious coincidences tonight.
Indeed. Mr. Bloom, ladies and gentlemen, financially gifted $50 50. Thank you so much. Another new participant in service to white well-being, a great champion. And we dearly appreciate everything that he is doing. He writes here, Promethean hails to both of you. Congratulations on the show's 3rd anniversary. I recently watched your other anniversary streams, and everything is so uplifting. It's an honor to be a part of the white positive community with you. Well, it is our honor to have you with us, dear brother, and you are another great example of the kind of high value, high character, good people that we draw in service to white well-being. Do we have Josh back with us again? Is he able to hear us? I see that he is.
Sorry about that. I don't know. My AirPods died, but yeah, just a couple of parting words. Again, thanks for inviting me on. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. Many, many congratulations and to many more birthdays in the future. And if you're not already listening to what's it called, Learning in Public, with Jared and Bruce, you should. It's a good show. I mean, I've never spoken to Bruce, but he's an interesting guy, and obviously he does great work, and it's a different side of Jared, so I enjoy the show, and you should check it out. And yeah, imperiumpress.org, American extremists do not give Jeff Bezos and Amazon your money, but do leave them your 5-star reviews. So, ciao, guys. Have a happy rest.
Brother. Thank you. Have a good
We'll
night.
speak soon, Josh. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, now that was splendid, and it's going to get even better because here comes a gentleman, and he's going to just hold tight while I really quickly do this. JK160 financially gifting $20. Thank you, dear brother. Hail, Jared and Jason. Jared, he writes, my kids love dancing to your music. Well, that's great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for writing that, brother. And we have Wayne Scully over here on Entropy as well, financially gifting $5, writes, congrats on 3 years. Happy birthday, fellas. Great show as usual. Well, thank you so much for that. Now, listen up, folks. Listen closely. This guy has been at service to white well-being under various names for many years and has done magnificent work, and we are dearly grateful for his service to our people, to our well-being. He is the one and only Tim Murdoch. Welcome,
Hello.
dear brother.
Congratulations on year 3. Hopefully we'll be here at year 30.
Amen to that.
3 years ago today, you and Jared had this bright ideal to come on here and do the after party and hang out with all the wonderful people, and it's been great. It's been great every time I come on with you guys. It's amazing.
It was a milestone to have you on. You know, we didn't do our first few episodes with people like Tim Murdoch, but we eventually worked ourselves up to it. And Tim, it's been an honor and a pleasure to make your acquaintance, to do some shows with you, to learn from you, or to see how you do things. As Jason said, you've been doing this for so long. So thank you for helping us celebrate, and thank you for all that you do. It's just a love fest tonight. You know, sometimes it can't be all analysis. Sometimes we just have to let loose and celebrate and have some fun together. And that
Yeah,
is
surviving a year in this business is pretty tremendous. Surviving 3 years is might as well be 30. I always say like a year in this business is like 5 years in another business.
I don't know if you were listening
absolutely.
before, but we were talking about that. You're even more generous. We were kind of giving it a 3-to-1 ratio, but you're giving it a 5-to-1 ratio.
Well, it really depends. You know, there are some years that aren't so bad. Some years I went through and I'd be like, well, that's not too bad of a year. And then there's other years that are like, oh my God, this is like a decade.
Yes.
You know, and it's like, how can I compare it? If you've ever had like a sick parent or something like that and that's been in and out of the hospital for a year, it's like the year like takes years off your life. And there are some years in this business when you're getting banned everywhere and this and that, and there's all kinds of drama, and you got the authorities going crazy over nothing. Well, there's always over something. We're white, and if there's still white people left, they're going crazy. And then you just say, you know, man, this is a rough year, a rough business. But that's why I never worry about competition. People are like, you know, are they in this business historically, like back in white nationalism 101, they would get, you know, one group would be at another group's throat. And I'm like, guys, you guys won't survive long enough to worry about that. Worry about survival. There's a safety in numbers. You want millions like us. Millions, not just thousands, millions. I want all kinds of live streams. I've been upset since January 6th. Like the community, the live streaming community that was extremely big and growing and vibrant has kind of closed down. Now it's starting to come back a little bit. But, you know, I was restreaming Jared's new show on D Live. I try to every time I catch it. I try to restream everyone I can.
Thank you.
I gave you guys a monster host of like 100 to 200 people here a couple minutes. About a bit ago on D Live. Jason never calls out the big hosts on D Live. He's very stoic when it comes to the big host. His chat's going wild and Jason's like ignoring the big host, but that's okay. I'll get to him one of these days. But you know, this is the type of thing that I get excited over. Massive numbers, like, you know, you just want to present a massive amount of numbers, but the community's been all bifurcated post January 6th and everyone's down, and most of the people showing up for the streams are down a little bit, but now it's starting to come back. And we're still around. And we'll survive. We've survived way worse than stuff like that. But you know,
that's very true. Yeah.
When you say this, Jared, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, this is the kind of perspective that people, especially even if they've been around for a long time in the white sympathetic spheres, if you've just been an observer, you've been like a comet sort of orbiting in and out, then you lack this perspective of the long haul. You lack the perspective of seeing the ups and downs. So Tim and I have both seen many ups and downs over the years. We've seen it be really bad. We've seen the government use the sedition laws against people who are white sympathetic in some way. And of course, everything I say is subject to whether CNN validates it and says it's real. If they don't say it's real, then it didn't happen. But nonetheless, we've seen these sorts of things. We've seen people get persecuted. One of the reasons why, and it is one of the reasons why I truly, genuinely appreciate Tim Murdoch, is because it's like me and James Edwards, Tim Murdoch, and just like a handful of others that have been around for quite a while, who actually care about the people who are hearing the words that we say. So other content creators or content leaders, they're producing material, or organizational leaders, they're producing. But they seemingly, and maybe some of them, it's quite the case, they don't care at all about the people that are hearing the things that they say or what they end up doing with their lives, what sort of mistakes they make. Tim Murdoch, over the years, I've heard this guy make comments about, oh, well, don't do that, though, but you can do this. That's somebody who's concerned about whether or not you're going to end up in jail for the rest of your life.
Yeah,
go ahead.
You're not doing us any good if you get in trouble. So the last thing I'm going to do is It's kind of like after Charlottesville, I said, look, this stuff, the risk reward to this type of thing, unless you're very skilled, just don't get near it. They're coming after everything. It's not really worth the risk reward of families. We got listeners with families of a dozen kids and stuff like that. Once you get warnings like that, you don't need to, we got enough risk. We got enough skin in the game. White people we don't need to go overboard in various different things. Various different activities that look to be risky. It's just, and risky, even going to a rally can be risky now. So it's not really worth it. And people that think things are bad, no, it was bad 15 years ago when no one was talking about any of the things we're talking about. Now I got dozens and dozens of people I don't even know screaming anti-white. I've got the media admitting they're anti-white, calling for our death night and day. I'm like, oh, no. Now we're cooking with gas. When it's just me or Jason Köhne, or no white guilt getting banned from processors, that's bad. When it's the president of the United States, no, we're cooking with gas. Hey, my opinion is if whites are getting banned, if the white positive sphere is getting banned, all the whites need to get banned because that's the only way they get it.
Yeah,
that's the only way they get it. You don't know how many people are now concerned with the bannings and even Angela Merkel was like, they can't ban him off Twitter. He's a head of state. I'm like, oh, no, no, ban all of them off Twitter. Everyone white needs to get banned so they'll understand. Unfortunately, our race doesn't get it. But now they're starting to get it. So it's, moving right along. It just takes time. So no, things are very dangerous right now, I think, but much more optimistic now than ever. I just try to tell people to be cautious. There's a tendency when you're new or when someone first comes into the white positive sphere, as Mr. Köhne has added to the vernacular, they tend to charge. And there's times when you can do that and times when you don't want to do that. You just got to have someone that's been around a while says, wait, hold on. Let's just not go to the rodeo today. It's not worth it. There's a risk reward. The risk reward's way, way out of bounds. There's stuff you can do online. You can create, what is it, the White Art Collective? I try to restream them if I catch them on YouTube. They do the puppet stuff. That stuff's fantastic. All that stuff is fantastic.
They were on before. Yeah.
You guys have inspired whole herds of people. So it's fantastic. And that's what you have to do, guys. It's not what you do. It's you have to inspire those that are going to go on to inspire those in some way, shape, manner, or form. There's a million ways to go about it. It's called herding cats. It's just hard to do. Mm-hmm. And that's what you have to do to have an impact in this particular struggle. And these guys, Jared George and Mr. Köhne, are having an impact. And that's what it takes.
We're passing it on from one to the other. That's exactly right. And
I get excited seeing new shows and new people and all kinds of, I want millions of them.
Yeah,
lots of targets for the enemy. Lots of targets.
There you go.
So they don't know where to go, what to do.
That speaks well to your intention because you, as you said, you've been doing this a long time. You have a site. People pay for extra content. And yet you're sitting up here saying you want to see more people. You're not seeing it as competition.
Yeah, I don't. I would never have. I would never. I advise one of our youngest, most aggressive content creators out there on the planet not to have a site, not to do anything like that because it's too much upkeep. There was a time when you didn't really have a choice. It's like, how are you going to support this? Well, you're going to have a site, and you're going to have to ask for donations. Well, I'm terrible at that. I'm good at getting donations for other people, but not, I could sell a hat or two, but so we start selling digital media, but I don't think you have to do that anymore. But there might be a time we have to go back to that. That's why I tell people, there's nothing wrong with having a site, but if you can get away with it, you don't need one to get started. Just get started.
Yeah,
there's all kinds of different avenues.
I take the site approach. We talk about this only because I see it as a long-term cataloging kind of affair.
Sure.
This actually came up earlier tonight where we don't know where the last 3-4 years of streaming that we did, if all of a sudden something happens where 6 months, a year from now, hundreds of thousands of eyes are on us, and then they go and even if we're immediately kicked off of YouTube, Twitter, everywhere else, they can go to my site and they could see the back catalog and they could go through it. They could see for themselves, we've been doing this a long time. We're not hiding what we're doing. We're actually trying to preserve it because we are proud of what we're saying and we stand by it. And there's a whole body of work and it makes sense. there's something to that. I actually had a woman discover me on Instagram. I told this story a couple of times through my music, had no idea what I do with this whole thing. And someone else in the comments was like, do you know what he does? And oh my God, he's not a white person that hates himself. And she said, you know what? I can't really take issue with what he's saying. Like, he seems like a decent guy. He's not saying anything hateful. It makes sense. And that's how it happens, guys. That's how this is going to happen with a lot of people out there. And I'll just briefly say this. You've been on tap a bunch of times. You've been a big part of our world here. And I put in the YouTube chat, I put the link to last year. You helped us kick off 2020. And God, we didn't quite know at that point what 2020 was going to be like. But on January 2nd, 2020, we did a special with you called Meme Magic. And you've mentioned Jason's lexicon, how both of you have done a lot of work to get the term anti-white out there. You get some really interesting takes on how terms and how memes proliferate, spread. So check that out. As I always say, because I just mentioned websites on me and Jason's personal sites or on the shared site, theafterparty.tv. If you want to hear more from the times Tim has been on, just search the name Tim Murdoch. It's Murdoch with a K. I didn't know that. The first time you were on, I spelled it with a C because I knew it from Murdoch, and I apologize. But
that's all right.
Way to spell it with a K, and that's Tim Murdoch. This Tim Murdoch here. Go search his name. He's been on our show a bunch of times. Actually, he opened this year as well. This might become a going thing. I don't know.
I'm an opener.
Maybe you'll always be our first guest after the new year. He was with Oliver. That's actually the second time he's been on with Oliver. And him and Oliver together, him and Semog together, it's like universes colliding and just energy.
Well, I try to have on Oliver every quarter. He was worried about coming on last time because he was wrong on a call, and I'm like, wait, you could be human, man. You can be wrong anytime with me.
Yeah.
You just can't be anti-white. You can be wrong. You just can't be that wrong. It's not a big deal. We have a very diverse community, and I think there's nothing wrong with having different opinions and spirited discussions. I don't believe in that type of thing that you got to disown someone that disagrees with you or has some type of different take or something. That's crazy stuff. It makes it more interesting. I mean, you are white. Our people are heavily individualistic and have various different ideals, opinions, and ways of going about things, and different color hairs and eyes and everything else. And that's all a good thing. It's not a bad thing.
Even right here, we have some different color hair and eye on the screen, right? But why don't you tell people where they can find you on that site? Someone asked about your hat. What is I know the white rabbit thing, but tell them
that's just a logo. They identified the eyes of the rabbit, and my artist did, and made it the main logo. You can find us at whiterabbitradio.net. Whiterabbitradio.biz contains every single link to everything I do. It's kind of like one of my go-to places, whiterabbitradio.biz. I'm on D Live several days a week. Trovo as well, but Trovo, they just wrote a nasty article about me on Trovo. So, really? Yeah. Every so many months, they come back to me and they write an article. Yeah, they wrote an article about all the people on Trovo, and they what did they call me? They said insurrectionist or something. I don't know. I guess I should be flattered, but I don't know. It was Mr. Kaplan, some Amish writer, some famous Amish writer. I'm sure he knows everything he's talking about, and everything he says is correct. But he wrote a nasty article about a bunch of people, Red Ice, and he listed us because we're on Trovo, and
Right. Yeah, I just started Trovo. I've really even had listeners there, viewers there, but it's good to spread out.
Now that I know you're there, I'll host you on there. So.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I did Odyssey too, so now anything I'm putting on YouTube.
Odyssey and LBRY, LBRY is attached to Odyssey. I'm most excited about them than anything. I've never been excited about BitChute simply because BitChute is run by a libertarian fellow who has a nice heart. His heart's in the right place, as they say, but his servers are in the wrong country. Oh, that's funny. His servers are in the UK, so you libertarians just don't get it. You guys gotta go free. You gotta go free. You gotta start getting something, because these libertarians, they build great platforms, but in the wrong country. I mean, put your servers in the Philippines. You can be in the UK. Put your servers in the Philippines so you don't get shut down. Because now he's shutting down. What are you shutting down? Daughter of Albion, they shut down at BitChute.
Oh, did they?
They're having to shut down. Well, you got your servers in the UK. You're not going to be able to host us there. So LBRY and the front end Odyssey are the most YouTube-like out there, and they're all on the blockchain, meaning their particular currency is on the blockchain. You can't shut it down.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Again, that's why I do the websites, my own site, and the afterparty.tv. I'm not going to say exactly where, but the servers are in a much safer place, and that's why we're looking for.
Well, I mean, you could have to move a server. I've had to move servers half dozen times from different countries. It happens. Sometimes even back to America and to another country from America. Who knows? So I'm not saying that can't happen, but he should have known when BitChute was getting bad, because I think the UK really likes the idea of having a big YouTube alternative, because the UK has kind of been like a tech flop compared to compared to America. So I think they want something like that that's edgy, but at the same time they want to control it. So once they let it get so big, they're going to start putting the screws to that poor guy. And he is just a guy running a big website out of his garage.
Yeah.
Total libertarian, but what are you going to do?
Well, we thank you, Tim, for being with us. We have one more to wrap up the night. Actually, we got one in after you. I thought you were going to be our closing speaker, but you're actually the penultimate. So we have Eke Lux coming up.
Who is this? Eke, do I know them? This is a new name.
Eke Lux is like a very underground aesthetic, but his pedigree with us goes all the way back to the first Tap anniversary. So 2 years ago in 2019.
An underground aesthetic. I like this.
He joined us for the radio show we're going to be doing later.
Okay.
Like I said, if you're still up, you're welcome to come by and say hi. Starting about 11 Eastern, but
it's the after party.
Yeah. Well, we haven't done it in a while, but when it's all radio style, late night radio,
is Jason going to be dancing again? Is he going to be dancing?
No, that's the thing. It's radio style, so everyone's avatar, which makes it easier for people to hop in, hop out. They don't have to worry about how they look.
Oh, okay.
We actually call it. We haven't done it in a long time. We've had requests for it, but we were doing it in 2019 and some of 2020. It's called It's Late Night Somewhere, when we do audio only, and it's very free form. But Eke Lux does that kind of thing himself. He's from Los Angeles, and he's, the way I describe it, I don't know if he likes this or not. He could tell us when he gets on. I'm sure he's listening.
Is he the last white man that left the light, that turned the lights off and left Los Angeles?
Somewhat. But aesthetically, what I was going to say is he's kind of carrying this American tradition of independent radio, and he reminds me of what I've heard recordings, and my dad's told me about the early days of FM radio, when it was really more of a Wild West, and DJs played what they want and spoke about what they want. He's very influenced by Bill Cooper as well, the guy who wrote Behold a Pale Horse, and just speaks about all number of things, but very laid back, soothing, mellow voice. He plays some underground electronic music he likes, and then he'll get on and talk, and it's just a totally different aesthetic. It's really more like old school late night FM than YouTube streaming. And I think he's an interesting guy, and I've tried to champion him and have him on a bunch of times. He was actually just on Learning in Public with me and John Bruce Leonard just a few days ago. It was a really interesting show. We talked about myth and narrative and reclaiming things like King Arthur and what that says for our people now. But I don't want to keep him waiting in the wings, and we're getting close to 9. So we'll send you the link if you want to join later. Of course, you're welcome to.
Sure, if I'm up, I'll jump on. I might fall asleep though.
But if not, we'll talk to you soon. And thanks again for all
and you have to decide whether you want there to be like tapestries of you, statues of you, paintings of you. You'll have to ponder this and then get back.
Just a giant white rabbit. There you go. Right? That you can see from Mars. No, I'm just kidding. Whatever. I'll be in touch with you guys.
All right, brother.
Yeah. Thank you so much for inviting me on. It's an honor.
You're welcome, and it's an honor to have you celebrate with us. And Space Hopper Mark, who I see sometimes, who I believe is in the UK, actually said Daughter of Albion is back on BitChute, according to him. it was a misunderstanding. We'll reach out to her and see what the deal was.
A misunderstanding that got her taken down. I don't know. It doesn't sound good. Okay.
If she's back up, though, it means the UK isn't putting that many screws into the guy that runs the bitch. But it's wise to be on a lot of different platforms nonetheless.
Yeah.
All right, brother.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Well, that is the one and only Tim Murdoch. Jared, I will ask you to maybe message Eke really quickly, because he's not with us, but he does have the link. And while you do that, I will rotate this way, and I will read that the one and only magnificent hero Slots has financially gifted to White Wellbeing $30. Thank you so much, dear brother. A great champion, as you all know very well. Another one that's going to be having to decide whether it's going to be tapestries, paintings, statues. $30. And he writes here, happy 3rd. Well, thank you so much indeed, dear brother. It is the 3rd birthday, and we are getting very close to tapping out, because you know what happens in just 2.5 minutes is that we have Jeff and the White Art Collective are going to be going live, and they're going to be having a marvelous show. And we'd like you all to go from here to there. It's over on DLive. You can jump onto any search engine, I believe, and you can type in DLive White Art Collective, and it will bring them up. It's a search. The search will almost assuredly be better than the search that is built into DLive. We also have over here on Entropy a financial gift from Promethean Promulgation, one of the best names out there, $10 US. Thank you, dear brother. And this person, another one, all that he does for White Wellbeing, a magnificent champion. Tapestries, paintings, or statues, what will it be? He writes here, sorry, I can't listen to the entire stream. There is so much energy here I have to use to get some work done for White Wellbeing. Well, amen to that, brother. So thank you so very much, Promethean Promulgation. And I will quickly take a look at these questions in the question widget. Hendrickson asking about celebration right now. Could you tackle the what happened with Coca-Cola? Well, we really don't have the time tonight, but come back tomorrow for Going Free, which will also begin at 5 p.m. as usual. And we will get together and we will begin the stream with a portion of Go Free, and we will talk to you about iteration 2. It's getting very exciting, ladies and gentlemen. Another step moving forward, another mile marker. We got this victory here, 3 years on tap, going gloriously, and we are getting ready for yet another step to be taken forward as others across the white sympathetic spheres are burning down and hiding under rocks. And you can't put any storage. You can't store things under your bed, because every time you lift the blanket, there is some white sympathetic individual hiding under there. Even while that's happening, we are growing in victory after victory, and we will continue to do so. Hendrickson supplies the link. Thank you. Don't delete that. I'll be able to find it from your links that you provided, brother. And asking about also the folks to spread. Could you please spread the lexicon of Going Free under the videos, tackling the Coca-Cola thing? He says, I always try to do so when a subject is fresh, but I'm just one man. And here are some links. So if you are aware of what's happening potentially with Coca-Cola, we're not saying that the story is true. It may or may not be true. But if you find the story written online and you want to comment on the thread, please do so. Use the lexicon, as Lord Hendrickson is saying, and thereby spread White Wellbeing. Let's see. We also have Jonash asking about the rover landing on Mars. We will come back tomorrow, brother, and maybe I'll address that. And we have Mestizo with us saying, happy anniversary, Tap. I love you all. Best community ever. Well, it is indeed. I couldn't agree more. And it is so because we got great folks like you as a part of that community. I'll refresh the screen over here to my right, and we have somebody writing that glad I found your channel today, and I'm not gonna Thank you, Mr. Ka, for showing up and finding the channel, and hopefully you'll sub. Hopefully you will go free with us. Come back tomorrow on Sunday, and you can learn the most powerful tool that you will ever have come across in your life.
Someone new to your channel.
Indeed.
Right on the occasion of the 3rd anniversary of the after party.
I love it.
New people coming in all the time.
Indeed. And we have another financial gift over here from Bigot Smalls. Hello, brother, with $5 financial gift. Thank you so very much. And he writes, happy 3rd. Well, thank you so very much. We appreciate you showing up for the party. And we also have Brad C., another great champion, a regular, going free, improving his life. Hey, listen, Mr. Ka, you can ask some of these people about how going free has worked for them, or maybe they could reach out to you and give you a little testimonial. Every Sunday, we talk about the testimonials of people's success in various aspects of their lives. Whether you're listening live or in replay, avail yourself of the powers of this practice. Brad C. writes with $10 financial gift. Thank you, brother. Happy 3 years of TAP. Well, it indeed is a happy 3 years. I don't believe I've missed anybody. If I've missed you, holler now or forever hold your peace. Well, this has been, Mr. George, quite an amazing 4 hours with you. It's been an amazing 3 years with you, dear sir, as I was saying at the beginning of the stream. And, really, I think Laura Lee, her testimonial about what she said about us, I think really, and the work that we're doing and others are doing in service to white well-being, really, I think, kind of encapsulates and defines in quite a pithy way what we're doing, developing that space where people can come and they can thrive and they can be who they are, they can grow, and then they can give their own 2 cents, whatever it might be, whatever they can contribute, their minds, their efforts. And there are so many talents out there. We've crossed the globe tonight, continent to continent, speaking with friends, loved ones of this community, and really shown that not only can we get together to have a celebration, but that we are a power, and in our talents, in our abilities, in our resources, when we come together in that one thing that we all share, which is the biospirit of the West. We've just crossed over into the 9 o'clock hour Eastern Standard Time. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. George, any final thoughts on this magnificent 3rd anniversary, 3rd birthday of TAP, and maybe the next 3 to come?
Well, certainly what Laura Lee said was touching. I was very moved by it, and perhaps it would be another good clip for someone to make and maybe put on your channel. It has been quite a ride, and I definitely reflect the same sentiments that you so graciously and generously shared at the beginning of the stream. Us coming together as friends and colleagues has been one of the most significant aspects of my life now. Getting to work with and know the people here, the meaning it has conferred, the ways that it's made me sharpen myself, the benefits that we're all able to bring to each other have just been undeniable and, in their deepest sense, indescribable. But I hope that at various times in my better moments, I'm able to get that across somewhat, of what it means and how significant it is, and how we've responded to the call of the times that we live in. And we do it all with a seriousness, but we don't take ourselves too seriously. And hopefully, again, in our better moments, keep a song in our heart and a sparkle in our eyes, because I still believe that that's the best way to honor where we come from and who we are, and the best aspects of who and what we are. It has been amazing. I've sometimes sat back, Jason, as I'm sure you have too tonight, and just looked at the community here in the live chats, and of course, taken a step back sometimes while listening to the different guests speak tonight, and realize the quality of people and the energy. And as you were saying, what undergirds it is the love and something positive and forward-looking. That is what it's all about. We're in the right place. This is the right place to be in what's going on right now. So I thank all of you. I send my love to all of you. Jason, I especially, of course, honor the friendship and the partnership we've had on this occasion of now live streaming together for 3 years. And all of that means. You say live streaming, and yes, it's technically talking on a live video, but there are a lot of projects and relationships and initiatives that have come out of that. It's been this little nucleus, as I said in the beginning. A lot has fanned from that. There are many tributaries from this river. So thank you all so much. And we will be continuing. Go over to DLive now, White Art Collective, listen to Jeff, play some music. And about 11 o'clock Eastern time, we're going to get back on. We're going to do something we haven't done in quite some time. We call it It's Late Night Somewhere. It's just very occasionally, we have a little time, we get on, nothing planned. It's very free form. It's very radio-esque. And we're going to see, we have some guests who want to come on, some of you from the chat. If you want to come on and say hello, there'll be some time and space for that as well. So it's a totally different kind of thing, but we're going to be continuing in kind of a post-party way, an after party kind of way, laid back after hours. It's going to be that radio show starting at 11 o'clock tonight, so Eastern time. So please join us for that, and thank you all again for your support and helping make this such a success. Our 3rd TAP anniversary.
Indeed. Thank you so much, brother. Great words. Thank you to everybody who showed up for the party. So many magnificent, really family members, essentially, at this point in service to white well-being all around the world. We love you all. Thank you to everyone who financially gifted over the course of the night, and just making sure I didn't miss anybody right now. And thank you for everybody who commented over the course of the night, asked questions, participated in the live chats that were available to that on the multiple platforms that we stream to in order to try to circumvent the anti-whites in their efforts to silence us, to cut the tongues out of our mouths. What a night it has been. What a 3 years it has been. I want to give a big thank you to our moderators, both past and present. I know we had Bartleby a little earlier tonight who was with us, and a great many names over the past 3 years of folks who have helped us to try to keep the representation of who and what we truly are as clear as possible for our brothers and sisters, vagues out there who are new. They don't know what service to white well-being is. They don't know what the practice of going free is. And they show up and they have expectations that are born in them as a consequence of the anti-white narrative. And we want to make sure that they see that we are ordinary folks. We have ideals, but we fall short of ideals, our ideals, every single one of us. A movement of redemption that is built of love and hope and the practice of going free, which is proven time and again. If you are in a place that you are down and out, especially now with depression, whatever it may be, with the anti-whites wielding so much power day by day and destroying the Western civilization everywhere you look, white erasing us. You need to go free. It will change your life. You can become a part of this family. You can become a part of TAP and get into the chat and get to know the folks. They'll get to know you. And it's the kind of place that if you suddenly disappear, everybody will wonder what happened to you. And people will reach out and say, how are you? Just checking up. You haven't been around for a while. So great. I love you to Mr. George, to all of you. It's been a spectacular 3 years, ladies and gentlemen. And again, we're going to be back at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with It's Late Night Somewhere. So make sure that you're there with us. And we look forward to seeing you all again on TAP